All right. There's my face. I just need to turn on some musics. You know, actually, I think for the next little bit, we'll go without music. We'll just go with the ambient sounds. For a little bit. Just chill. Longdeath. Year 196. We have a king now. That's the important thing to know. The king is with us. Hopefully it will come back to me. I mean, there's parts of the witness where I'm just like, I remember that. Like, I'll bet you I could just fly through the first, like, 2 or 3 zones. Like, the desert area I could probably clear real fast. The kind of beachfront area I could clear real fast. The jungle area I could probably clear most of that pretty fast. Same with kind of like the stone quarry area I could probably clear pretty quick. But after that, the game gets a little foggy. Oh, also like the kind of that marshy area in like the middle with like kind of the underwater and above ground areas. But I remember there was another area with like weird different colored paints that I had trouble with. I know that there's definitely some areas that would trip me up, but Longdeath. So currently, for those of you who missed it, we have a king. Kade is our king, who wants us to make a ballista arrow. So I'm just going to cue that up right now, which I already have queued up. Perfect. Our king is pretty demanding, but that's understandable as they are a king. Now, before somebody recommends, hey, what if you just were to make a weird accident happen? We're not going to do that because I kind of consider that cheating. So instead of, you know, disposing of a king, we're going to keep this king. We're going to try and keep them happy. And because if anything, we are in the best possible situation to keep them happy. So what I need to do for the king currently is they need a better bedroom. Apparently, their bedroom isn't royal enough, which is kind of funny because I thought it was. This is the king's bedroom currently, which was the bedroom that we had for the Baron that we had ages ago. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a bit bigger. I'm going to cut her back this way and just give it some more walking space. We'll renovate the damn thing. And I'm thinking about putting a couple windows down over here and maybe moving the bed further back. So we'll make it pretty nice for our king. As far as dwarves that are currently alive in the fortress, the full list is Apostle, Goffer, Chimp, Danny Uji, Peter, Taurus, Stone, Lilam Katsu, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati II, Rags Wolf, Kade, Tiny Goliath, Sparkly 4K, Simplex, Clay, Dreadvik, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Zanny66, Vagaria Pro, Sock Smell, Beelug II, Narvicious, Black Hole, The Scoid, Anton Iceland, Trees, Abe Azendi, and Orson Frakes, alongside of Axon II, Eternal, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Blue Water, Defcom, Candle Pixie, Ryan II, Vim II, Ghost, and Ronald. All right, so that's the full list. We are still trying to increase the dwarven population. We are currently sitting at 35 in Fortress residents with a total of 41. So that's 6 merchants. And if you're in the chat and you're here early, can I get a big old round of beers? It's once again kind of a chill start to the stream. We've had a couple of those recently. I'm just curious about how many people are here and listening to the chat right now. But yeah, that's the current status of Longdeath and where we are at. So hopefully my miners can get to that pretty quick and get things done. But yeah, once again, kind of apologies for the late start on the stream today. I just, you know, really wanted to watch that race. Didn't really want to not watch the race, so I watched the race. Currently, we've got a few stressed out dwarves that are in the military, but they should be sorted out pretty quick by being in said military. Should be sorted out pretty quick. So yeah, that's kind of what we're working on, is just doing everything we can to keep the king happy. Just making sure there's somebody working on a ballista arrow somewhere. There currently isn't, actually. Let's just Give you siege engineering, not operating, Bastet. You can go do that. Because I need somebody to go get that done. But yeah, so tomorrow's going to be, as part of the new schedule, my day off. So we have today, and then tomorrow I will be off. Today is just going to end up being shorter than I would like it to be, but that is what it is, and there isn't too much I can do about that.
This is Sparta, indeed.
Indeed, man. Thanks for the $3. That's the second notification of the day. We had a resub from Bastet for 18 months for about an hour ago, but thank you very much for the $3. Cheers, man. Hope you're doing well. I mean, now that we, once we get the king happy and we get the king's proper dining room done, which is going to be really high up. What time of year is it? Midwinter? All right, so we're about to roll into your 197. Jack, can I get a couple more beers for the $3 from Spitalier? Hope you're doing all right. Hope you slept well. And hopefully work wasn't too bad. But, yeah, that's where we're at with this. Kind of surprised the king hasn't actually, like, demanded a piece of furniture yet. That part's kind of funny to me. You know what, king? How about this? I've looked at you a couple times recently, and you haven't been doing anything. What if I give you siege engineering? Oh, you do have siege engineering. So why don't you just go make your own damn fucking thing? Go make your own goddamn siege equipment. Yeah. Feel that way sometimes. Oh, also I should do this just because nobody did it during the other thing. Just so that nobody accidentally, spends a bunch of channel points that I then need to refund. Because that would be bad. Nobody likes doing that. Nobody likes watching me refund channel points because it's sad because they think they're going to get a duck and then they don't. Nobody likes big disappointments like that. How's your baby girl coming along? Well, doing pretty good. You're the daughter of Zanny66 and Vigario Pro. You have two older sisters in Ryan II and Blue Water. You worship a very, very wholesome god. Shisak, a deity of the ignited creation, takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. Worshipped locally in the Church of Vomit. So you worship a very wholesome and chill god, and you're definitely going to grow up to be an emo teenager. Currently, you're 3 years old, and you dream of raising a family. So I think you're doing all right so far. Perfectly well. I'm sorry, what? Hold on a second. Is the vaccine related or unrelated to being in police custody? Because that's concerning and not nice. The fuck happened, if I can ask? If I can't, you don't have to answer that question. But seriously, what the fuck happened? I mean, good for the fucking vaccine stuff, but like, what? That's a little spooky. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of not okay. As somebody who was in police custody once, that's not fun. So hopefully it was over quick. Yeah, right, Cutis? Just blank indeed. Also, your sub ran out. Heads up. So your emotes aren't showing up. I don't think that's what Spitalier is suggesting. Also, I wouldn't go stating that on anybody, even as a joke, Reskin. It's one of those things where it's so far beyond not funny. Although, then again, you're from a part of the world where it's more of a joke, whereas up here it's actually kind of a legit real thing because my neighbors are morons. But, say la vie. Say la vie. Especially, like, people just south of me that are just like, vaccines, those will make your eyes drip out of your face. Wife took pictures of the vaccine area and that is forbidden. Oh. Oh, damn. That seems like, kind of overkill. That's all I can say to that. That seems kind of overkill. Like, what? A little bit archaic is the wording I'm going to use to be diplomatic. A little bit archaic. Stray bull calf has been slaughtered. That is a little bit fucking archaic, man. Let's just get this stuff mined out. I want to make that into a window. I mean, I hope so. I don't know. The fact that that's just a policy in the first place is a little scary to me. All right. That's going to be the new bedroom. A side bed to the king. Different countries, man. Different countries. Arrowhead. I probably need some of these. Let's make 10 ballista arrowheads. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but still. I don't know. All of our vaccinations are being done via the military, and there's signs everywhere that say don't take any pictures, which is fair. But I don't know. I haven't heard about anybody being put anywhere else. Are we called the mountain home in the Z menu? Nope, we're the village. Village room crash. Longdeath. I think that's due to population, though. I think that's due to population. So we're still a little ways behind. Still needs a royal bedroom. Well, I will engrave that. And I will dig that out and give them a little window. So how's the kingship working out? I don't know yet. I mean, I've basically got them set up. Like, I've had a king for like a year and a half. We're still like prettying up all their bedrooms and making them actually happy. And we're going to have to base our production lines around keeping the mandates satisfied because like they make a lot of requests and demands, right? So it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes. I think it'll be okay though. I think it'll be okay. Like age-wise, or are you suggesting I'm going to kill him? Because age-wise, the king is quite young. 42 years old. He's got like 120 years left in him. Was born in the year 154. Is the son of Paranoid Android and Crazy Beard, was born in this fortress. Paranoid Android and Crazy Beard were not born in this fortress, however. He's currently putting away his owned items. He's got 109 of them right now, which is actually pretty modest for a dwarf in Longdeath. But I still need to give him a proper personal dining room. What's up, Raven? Welcome to a little bit of Dwarf Fort. Yeah, I mean, wants to acquire stuff, but there's only so much I can do, right? How's things, Cooler? How are we doing? Price opals, blue jades. The most purple. Which, if I'm not mistaken, look kind of like miasma. We'll see how that goes. Never got enough to have a king? I mean, unless you're kind of aiming for it, it's actually kind of difficult to do that. Unless you get very lucky / unlucky. Some people would say lucky, some people would say unlucky. Having a king can be a bit more of a pain in the ass than anything. Because that tends to be the way royalty is in Dwarf Fortress, but fortunately, this fortress is very well equipped to keep royalty happy. Because we are on a year 196, which means this fortress is 191 years old in game, so. Yeah, no, the interesting thing about the King Spitalier and that I've noticed is not only is he pretty young, he's also romantically involved with Taurus, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. So hopefully we can start a royal line and keep it going. Well, I mean, I'm just not going to answer that question because that's a really difficult question to answer, Raven. Because did they tone it down? Yes. Is it easier? Not necessarily, because you still need to play the game. And playing the game is paying attention to your dwarves and taking care of the dwarves, right? So did they tone that down? Yes. Did they, air quotes, change that? No, because you still need to do that. If anything, I think they made it less interesting, because it used to be a lot more interesting. You used to have to focus a lot more on your dwarves and worry about taking care of them, but now it's more of a, you just kind of play. Everybody talks about that like it's a bad thing, and I'm kind of in disagreement with a lot of people. Made a single craft this year? You don't need to. You can make them a guild hall, and then they go and hang out in the guild hall, and then they take care of it. But like Freskin said, that was also never a problem. If you knew what you were doing in Dwarf Fortress, it was never an issue. If you didn't know what you were doing in Dwarf Fortress, then yes, it was an issue. The issue, in my opinion, was always tutorialization and lack of information, and players assuming the game isn't meant to be played the way they're playing it. Not necessarily the actual balancing. The balancing for Dwarf Fortress has been pretty good for quite a while. This isn't even the most recent version because I kind of don't like the balancing in the most recent version as much because it's a lot less interesting. But I don't know. It's my take on that shit's an unpopular opinion, so I don't know if I'm necessarily the right person to ask, but to strictly answer your question, yes, there have been a lot of nerfs to a once much more interesting system.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
Only as a tavern key. You only use a tavern keep when you have a necromancer in the fort. You put your non-craft on the bone thing. I have a tavern keep in this fortress right now. It's like, yeah, we're a really small population, but Narvicius has been tavern keeping for us quite a bit. And I had another one as well for a little bit. It's been keeping dwarves with specific social needs quite happy, which is nice. So, yeah, I don't know. Did that satisfy you? Nope. The engravings and gem windows weren't enough. Okay, well, how about we do this? Let's put a few more engravings on your walls. See if I got any statues lying around. I don't. Got any armor stands? That I do have. But I put a couple more of those armor stands in the back here. Still working on it. Still only grand. I don't know why I keep hitting S instead of A. Hey, picture point. Oh, those things. Good morning to yourself, sir. Hope you're doing well. Isn't it like mid-afternoon for you, though? I'm trying to make my king happy. We have a very recently acquired king in the fortress. Very recently acquired king. So we're trying to make the king happy. Trying to. We'll see how that goes. we will see how that goes. Well, there's personal mourning and then there's internet mourning, right? To me, when you wake up is your personal mourning. When you log in and say hello in whatever chat room you take part in, that is internet mourning, right? So internet mourning does not equal outside of internet mourning. You know what I'm saying? Also, that's gonna be a pretty blue and red flash. Look at that. Internet mourning is when you tune into the chat and say hello. It's good morning. Doesn't fucking matter where you are. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning. It's still good morning. It could be like 8 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still good morning because you just turned on the computer. I don't think that's necessarily accurate, but it's a thing I've been rolling with for years. Because people have started saying good time zone, which I think is the silliest thing on the goddamn planet, and I hate it. So you can say good time zone, and I'll say good morning like a normal person. Because that is the best thing you could say. Let's give you some more iron cabinets. That's not the right button. That's the right button. Also give you the extra nice one. How are we doing? There we go. Now I just need to make you some fucking ballista arrows. Speaking of, that hasn't been assigned yet because my manager is in the military. Turn off the military until the job is assigned, then turn the military back on. Done. Let them get back to training. How is Anton doing? There you go. No longer upset. Pissy Dwarf is pissy. But yeah, no, I've been working with internet mourning for a very long time. It's just kind of ever since I started talking with other streamers in other parts of the world. I mean, like, my team is Finland, Denmark, UK, USA, Canada, and Austria. So it's like we're all over the place. Like even within the US, we cover 3 time zones. So it's just like everybody's in a different time zone. So it's just, you know, all of that shit just all at once, every year, all the time, nonstop. It's just what you get used to. All right, so hopefully we can get, yeah, there we go. That's what I needed. Forging the arrowheads. I'm seeing only 1 arrowhead in the stockpile, meaning I think they should be able to assemble that arrow now. Should be able to. Do I need to assign more siege engineers? I think I do. I have a feeling they're all in my military. See, I don't like that either, because that just sounds weird. Good morning sounds normal, or good evening sounds normal. Good consciousness and good time zone are non-sentences that just sound like non-sentence. I was trying to rhyme sentences and sense, but it didn't work. Anyway, it just makes no sense whatsoever. It's fucking nonsense, non-words. So let's just, you know, use words like normal people and stop saying nonsense, non-words. Because it just makes everybody look silly. Everybody involved. I'll tell you what's not good, though, is not being conscious, Atomic Udon. That is something that is not good. That is something that is bad, even. So this over here that's currently covered in snow, suspended next to the tavern, this is going to be the dining room for our king once I get it done. It was going to be the library, but I guess I'll put the library down here because I was going to put another building up here anyway. So it was going to be the library, but I think we're going to do something else. Well, good thing Poggers isn't really allowed in this channel, so. Poggers and lulls are things I don't like to see in my channel, ever. So, there's that. Cutest Ghost, thank you very much for the tier 2 for the 7th month. I mean, yes, we all knew that Twitch is stupid, but you staying subscribed for 7 months isn't. So thank you. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Cutest? Being cool. Keeping that sub alive. Keeping my bills paid, sort of. Let's get rid of that. Don't know how much more I want to actually go around the edge. But yeah, your pet peeve is people correcting good morning or good evening sarcastically. I don't know. Sometimes I'll just like do the query of, isn't it like afternoon for you? But that's about it. That's the most I'll do. I won't correct anybody on their good day or good time. Although if someone does say good time zone to me, I will verbally slap them. Because like I just say normal times a day. We're all adults. We're capable of this. And I find it quite annoying when people don't do that. I mean, radio silence online? What, like, that you haven't heard from in months kind of thing? Or, like, that you were supposed to play with today and hasn't logged on? I've had that happen with kind of a lot of friends over most of 2020. Emote in 2 or 3 weeks. I've had quite a few friends. Well, a few people I thought were friends over 2020 just kind of vanish. Like it's interesting when shit gets tough, you really figure out who your friends are. Or when your life gets tough, you really figure out who your friends are very quickly. Something I learned real quickly was who my friends were and who my ex's friends were when I went through the breakup. And it's just like, I don't know. Pandemic has like continued to highlight that, I guess. Turns out I have like no friends. Like absolutely none. Spring's arrived. So let's see if anybody drops dead. Hopefully not. Hopefully nobody who's like a citizen of the fort. If we do lose anybody, I hope it's one of the merchants. Fingers crossed. Hang in there, Dwarfs. Hang in there. Sprung time. Yep. Almost paperwork time, too. It's a long save. Curious. But it's okay. I mean, I've always been more of I don't think we lost anybody. Yeah, we didn't. Sweet! No deaths. And the humans have arrived to give us tribute, as is their custom. Yeah, no, the thing that I learned real quick is well, something that I've started doing, which I started doing in like 2017, is a lot of people talk about having a lot of friends. I don't have a lot of friends, but there's quite a few. Oh no, our one cat died. That's unfortunate. Rest in peace for the poor cat. Enjoy your lurk, Cutest. Thank you very much for the resub. But one of the things that I've learned is a lot of people state that they have a lot of friends, right? And I could say that I have a lot of friends because I know a lot of people. But the reality is I don't have very many friends. I just know a lot of people. And there's a very big difference, I think. Very, very, very big difference. And a lot of people don't make that distinction. So I only have like, at most, 5 or 6 people I would really consider friends. I've got people who I consider coworkers who are my stream team. And then outside of that, it's like just people I know. I have a metric shit ton of acquaintances. But very few friends. Silver She, what's up, man? It's good to see you. You're not worried about you. You've got plenty of people who are willing to talk to you online. I just worry about people. Yeah, no, totally. This human's moving pretty damn slow. Did we get that, No, we didn't get that ballista arrow done. Oh, you know what I'm probably missing? I probably need wood. Yeah, I think it's wood that I need. Yeah, it's definitely wood that I need. All right. It's just a dead cat in the hallway. Oh, I'm a horrible person for laughing at that. Also, all of my chickens are dead. That's the wrong button. There we go. But I don't know, people get weirdly, some people get oddly, like, offended when I make it known that I don't consider them a friend. It's like, well, I know so, and like, it's happened in chat before too, when I'll just be talking with somebody and I'll be like, yeah, I have a lot of friends, and then someone in chat will be like, does that mean I'm not a friend? It's like, well, I know a lot of people. I don't have a lot of friends. Big difference. Massive difference, even. So. One of my dingoes is missing. Fair enough. There's a degree of self-honesty that I think is important when it comes to that sort of stuff. You know, like, it's been a long time since high school when just everybody is friends with everybody, right? Or trying to have as many friends as possible, and, like, I think a lot of people just measure their self-worth based on how many friends they have. I don't think that shit's healthy. It's very difficult to keep up that many... relationships isn't the right word. Connections, I guess. That too, yeah. There's that. Do you think that people are trying to force friendship on others when the reality is, I'm sorry, I need that person to care? Yeah, no, totally. Why did it take so goddamn long for this human to walk down this way? Spring 197. You were carrying a large gem. Like, that's it. That must be a really heavy gem. Because holy shit. It literally took that human, like, a week to walk down here. Stone, did you get it? Give me a shout if you did. It's a very easy one, though. I'm just going to screenshot it rather than waiting, because I don't know if Stone's actually here right now. Alright. Here comes the wood. And there we go, we're assembling ballista arrows. Yeah, that's what I needed. I was out of wood. Go figure. They figured out how to, they figured it out. Corporations figured out in the late 2000s that marketing friendship to people is valuable. That's what they figured out. And you know what? They're right. It works. Just have to convince people that your self-worth is entirely tied to your Facebook friend count and your Twitter follower count and the number of likes you get on Instagram. Your entire self-worth. Fortunately, I think that many of the people in this chat are part of the generation that are maybe the last generation that got to remember what life was like before all that stuff. You know, there isn't many generations of that left. Like maybe people born in like 2002. But anybody younger than that's probably not going to remember a world without Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. And even then, it really took a solid, like, 4 or 5 years for social media to really become kind of the beast that it is today, you know? The elves have arrived to trade. We need to trade grand items to them so that they maintain peace with us. Because I actually have been cutting down more wood recently than I kind of would like to, but... Whoa! What the hell? Something died there. I don't know what's rotten on the floor, but I'm just going to dump whatever's here. Get rid of it. It's got to be some rotten meats or something. Someone must have, like, carried lunch in the middle of that, and I don't know what's that over there. Maybe the cat that died? Let's go down here. Grab us some... What? Oh, it's because I'm in meats, specifically. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I see where it's coming from, but I don't know what it is. Okay, it's literally just rotten buzzard and cow meat. Someone's fucking lunch. Yeah, my mom didn't want us to have social media accounts and then eventually caved and let us have social media accounts, but we weren't allowed to use it without her being present for a while. Eventually, like, that caved and... Dive bombing buzzards? No, actually. Well, it wasn't dive bombing. That was butchered. That was probably, like, caught in a cage and then tamed and slaughtered. I'll be honest with you. How old do you think I am, Freskins? Do you think I'm, like, 11? Dabbing was still a term referring to high-powered hits from a bong. And still is in my brain. Nobody dabs on anything unless you're getting extremely high in the next 11 seconds. Fuck you, Freskins. I'm here, like, having a genuine conversation, and you're just being a cuck in the middle of it. Just fucking walking in. And did you dab on it? No, did you fuck off, man? The hell, dude? Sorry for having an interesting discussion, talking about social media and, like, my head, and chat's heads, and you're just walking in and being all like, yeah, did your mom let you dab on it? And I'm like, to you dickwad. It's not a blind stream unless I tell you to fuck off. Some things will never change. Why is there miasma in the stairwell? Sorry, you had to comment on. I realize, right? I realize I'm in my 20s. I'm not a child. I'm a grown-ass adult, my dudes. Come on, please. Show some fucking respect for me once in a lifetime. It's not that difficult, man. Seriously. Hit Q, not tab, streamer. Request access. Oh, right. It's in the military. I would appreciate, though, Freskins, if you wouldn't do that, though. It's like, I realize a lot of the people watching this stream are way older than me, but, like, you don't have to just be mean about it, because that is genuinely just kind of mean. I don't like a chat that makes fun of me, and I don't like a chat that mocks each other, and you often make fun of me and mock people, so I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. Because I don't like just turning around and, you know, flipping you off once or twice a stream. I really don't like doing it. I know it's like part of the entertainment for you, but it does one thing for me, and it causes me anxiety and it upsets me. So it's like, if your whole goal is to make the next hour more stressy and make the stream shorter overall because you'll piss me off a lot of the time. Today I'm in a pretty damn good mood, so it's kind of difficult. But if you got me on a bad day when I'm not in a good mood with a harsher comment or something that's a little bit more pointed, which you have done at me in the past, and it pisses me off, then the rest of the stream is just, well, maybe not the rest of it, but the next hour at the very least is going to be in a less than pleasant mood potentially because of dumb comments. So just keep that in mind when you're doing that. Because, you know, I realize that streamers need to be this rock solid perfection of mental health. But I have, let's see, 41 people watching and not 70,000. So I have to read everything that's said into chat and think about it and respond to it and talk to you. And if I don't want to do that, or if I dislike doing that, or if over time I decide I don't want to talk to you anymore, then that just makes everything less interesting for everybody because it's harder for me to do my job and it's harder for you to get entertainment out of it because I hate you. So I don't want that to be the end case scenario, and it's certainly happened many times in the past, you know. People think it's funny to mock and tease and make fun of rather than, you know, being a member of the chat that is pleasant to be around. And then the result of that is streams become less good and eventually people get banned, right? Like I've had people who've been in this stream in the past who over time thought it was hilarious to slowly poke fun at me, and it's like that shit gets grating after a while, and that's not why I'm here. It's never why I've streamed. I've always streamed because I want to entertain people and make everybody's afternoon a little bit better and put the best forward. I'm very concerned and confused by that whole statement, cutest. What? I mean, there is some questionable shit in some anime, but Evangelion slaps though. You mean like the soundtrack slaps? Or like the story for Evangelion slaps? That being said, I think the world would just be a better place if we banned all anime. I'm just gonna throw it out there. It might be a very controversial statement to say, but like, would we actually be worse off if all anime was banned? Like, anime's great. There's a lot of great anime out there, and I've enjoyed anime in the past, but like, what if we just like banned anime? Wouldn't the world just be a significantly better place? I can't not imagine the world being better without anime. With the ass slapping constantly and out of place in the middle of stuff, I have no idea what anime you're talking about, Freskins. That sounds like a lot of anime. That's like saying, which is the South Park episode where Kenny dies? I have no idea. You're talking about like entire genres of anime right there. Actually, I had someone ask me once before, ages ago, where he's just like, or not ask me, but mentioned, he's like, I finally saw an episode of South Park. And I was like, oh, which one? And he's like, the one where Kenny dies. And I'm like, yeah, you saw a fucking episode of South Park, all right? So, well, which one? It's like saying I finally saw an episode of The Simpsons. Which one? Oh, the one with Homer in it. Something else would surely take its place, but you share my opinion? I don't know. I tease and poke fun at anime all the time. Because I actually quite like a lot of anime. Like, that's the reality of it. Like, you know, I own 2, air quotes, anime soundtracks on vinyl. I like quite a bit of anime. Oh, it's very much a classic. Yeah, that one episode with Homer in it. But man, there's so many things about anime that we'd be so much better off if they just never existed. It is indeed an indicator that they actually only saw one episode, yeah. Can we throw out reaction videos while we're at it? Yeah, while we're censoring the entirety of the internet, let's ban anime, alright? And just throw the entire Fine Brothers YouTube channel into a dumpster fire, right? Just the entire YouTube channel and probably everybody that works there as well. Let's just take all of the Fine Brothers and just like drop them in there, and all of those vocal coaches that just make YouTube videos of music videos with them going in the thumbnail, and then just like very systematically breaking down the vocal techniques that the vocalists are using. If we could get rid of those two while we're at it, like, man, life would be a lot better. And also, if we could just like, well, like also get rid of most of the Better Twitch TV emotes that exist, and like half of the people in the just chatting directory, you know, like just while we're at it, while we're cleaning things up over here, let's also delete half of Twitter, launch Mark Zuckerberg into the sun. Well, like when he gets on his rocket to Mars, just like steer it the other way, just boom. World would be a much better place. Nobody would miss him. Is getting slowly drowned over here by your government. Well, I mean, can I just be blunt with you? You're not missing much. You're really not missing much. Like, well, we're not really allowed to use Twitter anymore. Well, nothing of value was lost. Okay? You're fine. Exactly. Like, this is abjectly a positive for everybody. The rest of us should do that as well. But no, censorship is bad. We shouldn't do that. But seriously, like, let's like fuck Twitter. King's already demanding 3 more ballista arrows. You haven't used Facebook or Twitter, you can burn them? I mean, technically I use Twitter for work, but Facebook account's been deleted a long time ago. What about F1 memes? I mean, what about them? What about F1 memes? Also, when did I say that we should delete all memes? I don't recall stating that we should delete memes. What's F1 memes got to do with this? As long as it's wholesome and like about Lewis Hamilton coming in second, like I'm good. Let's see, did someone just get put in prison, or... Oh, I see, ended the mandate. Okay, so technically I could export ballista arrows now if I really wanted to, but I don't. Technically I could. Not going to, though. I mean, there's just things that are just bad. Stuff necessarily isn't better or worse. It's just bad. Things just get bad at a point, right? And censorship's one of those where it's just kind of bad. Like, doesn't really matter how you look at it. It's just kind of shit. And just kind of sucks. And it's just kind of not ideal. I mean, Twitter's a private company, so they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? And I'm not going to say they do a good job, but they could be doing worse. At least they're trying, which is more than I can say for certain social media platforms. I mean, like, there's lots of people who bitch about how Twitch is doing a terrible job with moderating their platform. And I would turn around and say, I'd like to see you do better. Good luck moderating Twitch. How the fuck do you do that? All right, gotta turn the military back on after you've had your meeting. Did you just stop being depressed halfway through that? Huh. So this dwarf was depressed and was about to go attend a meeting, and then just stopped being depressed halfway to the meeting to go cry on somebody in charge. That's kind of funny. Please don't keck in this chat. There's certain things that are just not permitted here at all. Oh, that's one of them. Also, I thought I did this the other day, but I'm going to add that to the banned terms, so you just can't. Good luck. Done. You wish the government would impose a town square ideal onto public platforms online? What would that do to OnlyFans, though? You're allowed to lull. Lull is fine. Lull is a global emote. Just don't try to omega lull, because that won't get you very far. Cheers. It's been working so far for me. You know what's hilarious? Are the people who insist on using a very specific set of emotes for literally every place that they communicate. And then when someone's just like, I'd prefer you would use a different one. And then they're just like, I can't express my laughter. Okay, bye. I'm never going to come back to this stream again. It's okay. We've been okay without you up until this point. Sheesh. You know, like 7.5 years of streams without you? I'm pretty sure we can do another 7.5. What do you think, chat? No, I mean, like, this is a way more complicated subject than I can reasonably discuss from this position, I guess. Picture point. It's much harder than just that, you know? Because there are places that do that. No, I know. But it's the way it's used in context in Twitch chats that I dislike vexing. Why is everybody leaving rotten food in their bedrooms today? That's 3 now. So the rest don't have that. Can you just store raspberries in your bedrooms? Those don't rot in game. Or they do, but they don't, like, spew out miasma everywhere like the meat does. There's plenty of words that have existed for a very long time, vexing, that I will never allow in my channel. Could more or less already be solved. Exactly. It's a very complicated subject. It's an armchair and kind of, you know, yeah, exactly. Miasma is such a good word. Yeah. Clearly differing opinions, yet no one is being an asshat. I can be an asshat if you want. That's generally my job. Hi, resident asshat here. How can I make your acquaintance? You're all wrong. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're ugly. And you need to get out the back. Can you wash your hands? And also, you over there, you get your hand out of your pants. Like, at least mute me if you're going to do that. Come on. Jesus Christ. Disgusting people. Where was I? Right. Checking in on the king. Yay! They're happy. All right. What's jobs looking like right now? A lot of socializing, combat drills going on for the soldiers. It's just Blind's hat. Something stinks. Blind's hat. Yes, that is true. My hat does stink. Probably needs to go through the wash. Now we're cooking with fire. But I mean, I have an electric stove, not a gas stove, so that's bad. That's bad. True story. I used to know somebody who I haven't seen in years who had a top hat tattoo on his ass. And it's because he's an asshat. He had a lot of random fucking tattoos, though, so there's that. Yeah, I don't know. I have a very particular set of rules to run the way I run my stream. And it's kind of against the grain of standard Twitch culture. And, you know, frankly, it's the way I like it. Quite literally. It's the way I fucking like it. Anton, you're a dwarf I need to keep an eye on. You're dying to get more tattoos? My tattoo artist is at risk for COVID and still has yet to have had his vaccination. So hopefully he'll qualify soon. What the heck am I looking at? Vin managed to crash his PC with the World Painter? Doing this? Is that a void of nothing? Or is that... Or is that ocean? Or like, rather, frozen ocean. Like, tundra. Good tattoos are expensive? Yeah, and cheap tattoos aren't good. Good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos aren't good. It's 44 elevation water. Okay. Wait, what? Because I've settled on those before, though. So what, really low elevation water? Did I catch the massive rooms? No shit. That's why I was an hour late. How's things, Vim? Sorry, I was responding to a thing on a Discord. I'm just kind of babysitting this dwarf. Just kind of babysitting the dwarf. Who's been like flipping back and forth constantly between happy and not super happy. Is currently dwelling upon wearing old clothing, which is like you haven't been wearing old clothing for like 2 years, so get over it. Being in the military cheers that dwarf up though, so that should help. And I kind of am just waiting for the rainy season to end so that I can work on that. But right now it's raining on it, so I don't really want to be working on it too much unless I need to be. Although I can do this, which will also help speed things up. Let's actually put the diorite blocks in there. A little dark patch on the floor. But yeah, race was good. It's a good start to the season. It's nice to have F1 around again. It's nice to have F1 around again. Picture point, if you watch F1, please explain to me in a readable sentence why you weren't in my Discord this morning and chatting with us while the race was happening. Because you failed, clearly. You have one job as a member of this community, and that's if you watch cars go fast, you should talk about cars going fast while cars are going fast in my Discord. It's a very simple rule that most of us abide by. I'm very disappointed in your failure to comply with such a simple rule. Very disappointed, picture point. You're in Japan during the Grand Prix, coincidentally. Oh, really? Ah, yeah, no, I believe it. Actually, I don't have, no, it wasn't. Well, not in your time zone. I'm talking a picture point, Freskins. But you're here, though. It was an hour before I started, 2 hours before I started. Doesn't matter if it was nighttime for you. It was literally like right when I was starting the stream was when it was happening, normally. You were asleep? I mean, it's this morning. Be another one in 2 weeks. Yeah, it was this morning. That's why I started an hour late today. So it wasn't nighttime for you. If anything, it was daytime for you. It's a rerun on TV? That is weird. Sounds like if you cared, you just buy F1 TV like the rest of us. F1 TV is too good though. I shouldn't just sit here and babble about F1. Let's be honest. You like watching MotoGP? I've thought about getting into MotoGP, but I think one motorsport's enough for me. Having two to follow seems like a bit much, personally. Now fill all this in with roofing. And we're going to go work on that over there on the right. And then get that filled in, because that's going to be my king's dining hall. Currently, we are using the old tavern as that. Is that bird chirping from the game? No, it's from a noise generator that I use. This game technically has 2 minutes of music that it comes packed in with, but I don't use or listen to it because listening to a 2-minute little loop of a guitar playing is great for like 20 minutes, and then you're like, man, it's still the same 2 minutes playing? But we're outside, so this fortress is above ground and outside, so I am listening to bird sounds. If we were underground, I'd listen to dungeon sounds, because I also have a dungeon sound generator. If you would like a link to the noise generator that I'm using, give me a shout, and I can give it to you. It's just a white noise generator. 2 badass minutes. I mean, yeah, it's 2 pretty good minutes of music. Music will drive you absolutely insane while you don't notice it. Yeah. But we're into summer. I feel like time's been moving faster in Longdeath recently, which is weird. Oh shit, monkeys. And also Club Penguin Pet. I hope you're doing well. Monkeys, thank you very much for the 12 months at tier 2. That's a whole year. How's it feel to have been conned into giving me money for a whole year? Thank you, seriously, for continuing to watch this stream and support the channel. Check, and I get a big round of beers for monkeys. Being fucking rad. Cheers, dude. Being absolutely fucking rad. Wow, I was not expecting them to go that way, but they did. Okay. No, it's like the frame rate's still about the same as it's been for the last, like, 40 years. Like, I went back in the VODs and checked, and it hasn't really changed much, but I feel like time's passing faster. Maybe I've just been more entertained by it. I don't know. I think it's like more of a subconscious thing. If anything, I think time's actually passing slower. So, I don't know. It's something that I've been noticing recently. Bal-ass is my shortest iron ballista arrow assembly type in. B-A-L-A-S-S. Bal-ass. Come on, chat. We can get a couple more beers in there. I realize it's slow start to the stream because I'm late and it's been a slow weekend, but can I get a couple more beers than that? Let's get like 3 or 4. Yeah, it's been a long year. Hopefully next year's not as long. Well, hopefully this year's not as long. But hopefully, you know, supporting me isn't entirely connected to the pandemic. Hope you just like watching the streams. Streams Longdeath Millennium. Hopefully next year isn't this long. Well, you know what I mean. Come on. You know what I mean. I'm also very distracted at this exact moment because there's a bunch of shit going on in DMs currently. But yes. Hopefully 2021 will not be as long as 2020. You know what I mean? I think you do. I think I might... Thinking 2 Z levels high, maybe 3 Z levels high for this construction. For the upper roof. I enjoy the lurks, Diamond. I hope to not be able to count on my hands the number of times I've left the house by June. Because I still can. I've left the house 7 times this year. Not counting walks and stuff, but to like leave the house to go to a place 7 times this year. Not counting walks or grocery store visits. Then it would be like 12 or so. That's my big hope for 2021. Is I just don't want to be able to count the number of times I've left the house, which I think is fair. I don't know if that's necessarily fair, but that is my big hope for 2021. Are more valuable? No, because it only calculates the value of the lower level. In theory, because you can make zones in midair, so if it's a zoned room, you could, in theory, zone a second floor and also add that into your tavern or whatever you're using. And that, I think, adds to the value. But as far as just, like, 2 Z level high ceilings? No, not by default. You just do it to flex then? I mean, a lot of the things that you do in Dwarf Fortress are just so that you enjoy looking at it, right? Like, all of the stuff that Cupo does, that's super fucking cool. Literally just does it so that he can look at it, right? And a lot of the stuff that I do with my fortresses is just because that's how I enjoy building them, right? It's got nothing to do with actually being, I'm almost out of diorite. You know what, let's use granite, actually, for this upper layer. It's like, it doesn't actually matter what you do as long as you enjoy the process of building and looking at it. And if you enjoy the process of building and looking at it, you're doing it right. All right, we've got humans arriving to trade, right on schedule. One day we're going to look at typing on a keyboard in the same way we look at telegraphs. Oh, probably. I hope not soon, though, because if it requires eyes, then I will need to use my fingers still. Brain-computer interfaces? You know, I think that might just be where I become an old person. And just say, nah. I'm good. Last thing I want is adware in my brain. It's real funny because, like, there's a lot of, like, people's images of, like, cyberpunk or, like, the ideas of the future where it's, like, computer interfaces in your brain, and then, like, the first thing you see is just, like, adware in your brain, and I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I'd rather not. Thank you. Like, cheers for the offer, but I will smile and pass. You know, it's like, I really don't want any get... The concept of having to get ad block for your brain is not disturbing for you. The fact that that is even a thing that you would suggest. Like, yes, you could get ad block, but also the fact that you would need to do that is like bonkers. So how about better solution? Don't put computer in brain and continue having brain. And then don't have to worry about put ad block in brain. We'll have the vax. It's going to be a little while for you. Well, that's unfortunate. Are you just not at risk manufacturing? Maybe instead we could just get depression block in brain. That seemed much better than ad block in brain. Well, there's that at least. Monkeys. Is this like an availability situation, or? I hope my dad gets one soon, because like, I don't know. He's been a bit down on it recently. Now, here's the thing. That I'd be totally fine with. If I could just have like beautifully attractive naked lady pinup in my vision at all times, I'm totally fine with that. That I would not have a problem with. That being said, if other people knew that it was there, that would be bad. So I'm totally okay. You won't believe that that's a good episode of Black Mirror, be like. Like, I wouldn't mind that. Like, a heads-up display, totally fine with that. But, like, I don't want anything in my actual brain itself. Reverse Johnny Silverhand. Some people just want Johnny Silverhand. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever, but what requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. All of it. I'll wake you up at the right time. That is... Yeah, I'm good. Once again, I don't need. Like, I don't care how bad my sleep gets. I don't want that. Yeah, right? I've never seen any science fiction where brain chips ended up being a good thing. Like, that's just not how our technology works. I'm totally fine with all sorts of, like self-driving cars, electric vehicles, going to space, all that shit I'm good with. Please don't put shit in my brain. Thanks. What's funny is putting stuff in my brain might actually, like, make my eyes work at some point in the future, but, like, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Hail to the king. We're like the king's summer home, basically. I've got a bunch of random wooden chests that the humans keep bringing me, and I don't want them, so I'm just going to give it to them. And let's also go down to this. Get rid of all of the cruddy clothy. Cruddy clothy. That's a word I just said. Because I almost burped in the middle of that sentence. Hey, Dr. Phineas, what's up, man? Hope you've been well. Cruddy clothy, eh? Why did I read that as governats? So not the governats. I put the T in the wrong place and an N in the wrong place. Not that governments will leave people the choice if they want cybernetics or not in the long run. How about I just jump off a building? Neuralink, once that scam is finished shredding people out of more money than fucking everything. I don't know, man. I think that it's amazingly hilarious that we just went from talking about how social media is bad to now wanting, like, brain implants. Think about it. It's like, make up your mind. Whose side are you on here? Yeah, we're talking about social media being bad, not them. There was definitely people in chat that were agreeing with me. There was definitely people in chat saying things like we should change how social media works for the better and make it less bad. There definitely were, but you are correct. It was mostly me saying that it's bad and we should all set them all on fire. Social media bad unless it's tapped to ape your brainstem. Tapped into my ape-like brainstem. I think that if I had Twitter directly implanted into my brainstem, I would walk into traffic. Like, within a week. Like, just nah. I've lost the will to live. I'm just done. If I had to pay attention to that shit every day, oh my god. Life wouldn't be worth living. Currently, it's debatable, but, like, it just wouldn't be. It would just be a big nope. Direct, like, injection? Yeah, no. Maybe the Matrix. You want to know what's, like, a pet peeve I have with the Matrix? The one pet peeve that I have with the Matrix is that there's a line in the second one where they state that in the Matrix, all magical creatures, in theory, could be real. And then they just leave that statement there and never address it. It's like, okay, but like, what if we had superhero Neo person fighting vampires and like Dracula and, I don't know, Cthulhu while fighting agents? Like, just go full stupid. Like, they kind of went full stupid, just not as full stupid as I wish they went. Anyway, I'm looking forward to The Matrix 4. Yeah, only one pet peeve with The Matrix, and it's that. It's that they didn't go dumb enough. But quite literally, like, they literally open that door and just, like, leave it fucking hanging, and then the series ends. They straight up mention it. I've been rewatching The Matrix, okay? And it's straight up brought up, thought about, let to hang, and then they never address it again. And it's like, oh, come on. But, like, what if we just, like, took this and fucking ran with it? Trading with both the human factions? You missed out on the Matrix unicorns? Yeah, just, like, you know, just fuck. Like, they just, like, jump into a different, like, portion of the Matrix, and then suddenly there's just, like, crazy fucking wizards everywhere, you know? Harry Potter's actually just real in this universe. Speaking of real in this universe, you know who else is real in this universe? Audio Coaster 1, who's kept that subscription alive for 46 months. 46 goddamn months. Headshot and I'm dead. Hey, Audio, what's up? What is your one pet peeve with the Matrix? Just one pet peeve. You're only allowed one. Thank you, seriously, though, for the 46 months. It's that day. It's the oldest resubs get the continuation. We're up to 46. All the day ones. Good Lord. That is a very good description of the Matrix, Vim. Oh, we're gonna bitch about taxes now. Okay, or taxes not being automatic. I'm endlessly jealous of Billionaire who just like signs into a website and clicks confirm. Like, that's how he does his taxes. He signs in to the government website and clicks confirm. Fucking Finland. Really? That's the longest you've ever seen? Holy shit, you're a noob. No offense. Like, the channels I watch, it's like 110 months. I saw a 101-month sub last night in a stream I was watching. I'm totally fine with paying taxes. As long as the act of paying the taxes is as painless as possible. Like, just make paying taxes easy, and I'm totally fine with it. I live in Canada, and up here, it's super easy. It's like, well, my taxes are a clusterfuck, but that's my own fault. That's because I have a weird job. But I do all the paperwork on my end, which is going to be hard because I have to do all my own accounting. It's being self-employed. It's just the way it works. And then I just take it to my tax lady, show it all to her, show her the physical receipts that I have and the printouts of the digital receipts. She looks at it, types it all into the computer. I pay her some money, and then if it fucks up, then she takes the fall, and then I don't worry about it. I just pay the bill and don't worry about it for a year. And that's fine. You just don't tend to watch a lot of super long time streamers, I guess. I guess I kind of am a super long time streamer because if I got partnered early in my career, back when I first started, I would have like 80, 90 month resubs now, probably. Like, most likely, back when I first started. Pet peeve with The Matrix. Not having seen it in the cinema, yeah, that's a very legitimate pet peeve to have for The Matrix. Oh, I'm so fucking excited for The Matrix 4. Did you not know that that's happening? They were filming right up until the pandemic happened, and then they delayed the movie until they could finish filming. I think they're, like, in post-production, but, like, yeah, it's either still being filmed or almost done filming. Only one of the Wachowski sisters is involved. Because, like, they kind of split. I think it was after V for Vendetta. But, like, they don't work together anymore, so it's only one of them. But, yes, they are involved. I want to say that, like, both halves of the Wachowskis consulted on the script. But, yes. And they also have the entire old cast back. Including everybody who's dead, so it's going to be fucking wild. I can't wait. Like, I want to say that at one point, John Wick and The Matrix 4 were supposed to release on the same day. But then, like, pandemic happened. Because I don't think John Wick 4 is out yet either. Also, why don't they just put John Wick into The Matrix? Like, they could do that. Like, that's what they could do with The Matrix. They could literally put anything in there. Why don't they? Just fucking have Neo versus John Wick. Like, let's just do it. Come on. Let's just fucking do it. Anyway. Licensing? I mean, in a world where Marvel exists, why not? Come on. It's just same actor with a slightly different haircut. That's the only difference in the licenses. And one he wears sunglasses and one he doesn't. One he has a trench coat and one he doesn't. It's the only difference. Come on. I'm so happy I was able to trade one more time. Get rid of all of this clothing. Point Break in there also. Also, like, yeah, just every single instance of Keanu just in one movie. You cannot handle this. Much Keanu. Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely, Spitalia. If you think I'm genuinely being serious here and don't realize, like, the ramifications or the complexities of actually doing that. Here's the thing. Like, Keanu certainly has typecasting, but then he also turns around and does movies that are just completely wildly fucking different. So I think he's certainly got more range than a Jason Statham, but he's a similar kind of person. That being said, I also like Jason Statham, so who cares? He's certainly better than a Tom Cruise. How's that? Like, he's like every actor who is known for a specific type of role is going to be typecast. Like, one of my favorite, like, examples of an actor who was known for a very specific type of role was the Old Spice guy. Not the wrestler, but the other one, who is just, like, a normal-ass actor. He just was, like, the Old Spice guy, and everybody knew him as the Old Spice guy. And then he did really well in a bunch of super dramatic romance films. It's like, what? Like, you're the Old Spice guy. You're supposed to be the look at the ground. Now back to me. Now I'm on a horse. That guy. It's like actors have more range generally than their cast. And that's from what I've seen of Keanu's work over the years, is he's got a lot more range. They just don't necessarily give it to him. Where are they getting this clothing from? Like, genuinely. What? Not Terry Crews. The other guy. Terry Crews was the Old Spice guy, and then the current Old Spice guy, but there was another Old Spice guy in the middle. I'm in. Fucking sold. Done. Give it to me. I'll watch it. All day, every day. Vim. Why not? Just fucking put Mary Poppins in there. Not the actually typecast Old Spice guy. The other one who's not typecast because he's not the Old Spice guy anymore. What's up, Orange? This is a weird conversation. This is what happens when I have 2 cups of coffee before I start the stream. But this is what happens when I wake up early and watch F1. No, Mary Poppins for the Matrix, but also let's make Mary Poppins the Old Spice guy. Why not? It's 2021. We can do whatever. This movie. That'd be entertaining. I'll say that much. That would be entertaining. I don't know anything about Doctor Who, so I refuse to acknowledge this Time Lord hocus pocus, but it sounds Mary Poppins enough fish to me, so I'll believe. And while we're at it, let's use Dave Grohl for L'Oreal Paris. Wasn't Dave Grohl in a L'Oreal ad at one point? Or am I like imagining that? Or am I thinking of a Dove ad? It might have just been like a Dove Men thing. I'm pretty sure that... I'm pretty sure I'm not imagining that, but... It's certainly something that's in my brain now. It's just imagining Dave Grohl doing that. I'd buy it. I don't know. Anyway, this has been a weird stream. How you doing today, Orange? I'm just, I guess, in full stupid mode now. Oh, there's a fake image of it? I believe that even more. Look at Rise of the Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins Reckoning. I wonder if that movie holds up. The original Mary Poppins. Because Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious certainly still holds up. Just like the song, because I listened to it like a week ago. Because for whatever reason, I decided to throw that into the AdWords stories. And so I randomly had that song stuck in my head. I was like, I wonder how the actual words to that song went. So I went and looked it up. You would say it holds up? It's one of those things where it's just like, I wonder if there's just like a quietly really racist or tasteless moment in that movie. Like there's some movies that I really like from the 90s and the early 2000s even, which are just like, these are movies that I really, really enjoy, but I know are fucked up and problematic in a lot of ways. I sometimes wonder about some of the, like, that era of Disney. Because I haven't watched any of those movies in, like, 10, 15 years, probably. Because, like, a movie that I really enjoy is The Incredible Mr. Limpet. There's a few lines in that movie that are extremely racist. But, like, it's still a movie I fucking love. It's a little classist at worst, so probably, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's all the chimney sweep stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, historically there's a difference between historically correct to the time period and just tasteless. And some things can like manage that balance and some things can't, right? That's not Huckleberry Finn, we'll put it that way. I actually reread the first chapter of Huckleberry Finn not too long ago, because actually it's one of the few books I own a physical copy of. So I sat down and reread that, and I was like, yep, still Huckleberry Finn. This book's exactly the way I remember it. I just remember fucking watching the Huckleberry Finn movie and getting scarred for life when I was a little child. I was like maybe 5 years old when I saw that movie. Five or 6 years old. I was a little kid. And that movie messed me up for a good, like, 2 weeks. Because there's a sequence where a dude just gets stabbed in the chest. And it's not particularly violent, but I remember it just, like, fucking me up. I can't remember. If you're asking me about the movie, I have no idea. Nor stat. I need to use the toilet real quick. I will be back in a few moments. Who is that? Hold up. Okay, I need to get the military training because Anton has been particularly whiny. No demands from the king. Perfect. All right, I will be back in a sec. Although on the topic of movies that don't hold up, Human Centipede might work too. I actually saw Passion of the Christ when I was way too little. That movie fucked me up real bad. I had it kind of suppressed, I'm not gonna lie. But that movie is just messed up. Like that's just genuinely a disturbing, violent movie. Anyway, I had a thing that I wanted to say, but just slipped out of my brain. Oh, I learned during my mom's birthday that my parents are not only apologizers, but fans of Blues Brothers 2, which I think is a crime. The excuse is the music is good. The Room wasn't good when it came out, but that's why it's good. All right? But then again, I watch like 80s B- movies. So maybe I can't talk. And I also go out of my way to watch Nicolas Cage films. So there's maybe my taste in film like just shouldn't be critiqued. That being said, Tommy Wiseau was supposed to put a movie out in 2019, and we're now late into through 2021 and through 2020 and into 2021, and we haven't heard anything about Big Shark. So, Tommy Wiseau, when are you going to release Big Shark? The world needs Big Shark. We need Big Shark. Yeah, shitty movie, great music. And accurate depicted violence? Yes, absolutely. Frackle, what up? You don't have that many. Unfortunately. How are you? You also don't have 50. If you just type in tickets, you'll see how many you have. That'll save you at least one round of typing. Well, as in like Arnie Schwarzenegger? I mean, there's a certain era of Arnold Schwarzenegger films that I love, but there's a point where they just got kind of disappointing. I don't know. I haven't really liked anything that he's done post-political career. The only Arnold Schwarzenegger content that I really enjoy is his posts on /r swole acceptance and /r working out and weightlifting. Actually, chat, I've got a question. What's the best Terminator film in your guys' take? Which is the best Terminator film? You see, this is where I disagree with people. I like Terminator 1 way more. I genuinely prefer T1 in like any setting. I think like if I like I like T2. It's a fun movie. Like don't get me wrong. It's a fun film and it's good for what it is. But Terminator 1 is an incredibly unique and interesting dark science fiction action horror film, which I fucking love. I don't know. Then again, I'm also an Alien 1 guy. I like Alien. I don't really like Aliens. I think Aliens is okay, but Alien is top 5 favorite films ever. So, I see here again, I disagree. I think T1's the better movie. I think T1 is the more interesting movie. It's the more unique movie. Like T2 is just, it's a pretty run-of-the-mill action flick with a good anti-hero, to me. An entertaining one, but there's lots of those, right? You've never watched Alien or Aliens? I wouldn't then. If you haven't seen it up until this point, it's one of those movies that's so heavily baked into the common lexicon of like jokes and references that every interesting bit of that film's already been spoiled. You hate that type of horror and suspense? That's like my favorite type of movie, and nobody makes them. So, or rather, they do get made, just there isn't a lot of good science fiction horror suspense films. Whenever one comes out, I watch it, and then I'm always disappointed. Alrighty, audio. Sure. Gotta start from the bottom and work your way up, Frackle. I like how nobody said Terminator 3. Nobody said Terminator 3. I really like the sequence at the end of Terminator 3. I'm sorry, my thoughts on what, Vexing? Never heard of that. Weird. I thought that was canceled. Weird. Oh no, I'll have to look into it. I mean, notice how I also haven't mentioned Genesis or fucking Dark Fate. Because, like, BRB, they're still fucking making Terminator films. But here's, like, the difference between me with Terminator and Aliens. Because, I don't know, I kind of, like, hold those two franchises in a similar light. Because they're from a similar era, and they've had, like, a similar amount of, like, like tanking success. And I still unironically watch and enjoy Alien movies. I don't unironically watch or enjoy the new Terminator movies. Used to need so much fun, your best buddy together with his wife because he never saw Back to the Future. Till I gave him the whole collection for his birthday present next year. You got an entire bed. Oh, really? Well, I mean, I guess now you get to watch that. Hey, at least they didn't give you like all of Friends or something. You'd take Matrix 3 over Terminator 3? I mean, every single one of the Matrix films are perfect films, and you cannot convince me otherwise. They're all absolutely 100% perfect films. They're wondrous works of art and very, very important monuments to the culture of our species. And the world would have fallen apart in the last decades without those movies existing. So it's a gift to humanity that we have The Matrix. Every single one of those movies. They are all perfect, and I wouldn't change a single thing about any of them. Except for the part where they mentioned that they could have put vampires in it, but fucking didn't. Come on, give us werewolves and vampires and wizards. Never seen any of the Alien movies? Like I said earlier, like if you haven't seen an Alien movie up until now, don't. Because every single major spoiler is just a meme. Unless, like, it's kind of, well, unless you kind of want the Godfather situation of, like, I want to know where all these references are from, so you watch it for that reason, but... Is anyone expecting to be disappointed? I will be disappointed from literally anything that they make, but I will watch it and enjoy it regardless. Like, that's my thoughts on Matrix 4. I do know that it was filmed right in front of the Streamlabs offices. Also, I don't know if Stone's here, but the humans have arrived once again to bring us tribute because we are into autumn. Doom Guy versus Aliens, a Microsoft original movie. I mean, no. Speaking of, did you guys know that a Doom movie came out in 2018? I used to have it on DVD, and then I got rid of my entire DVD collection. So I used to have the Animatrix on DVD. Well, you want to talk about weird film things? And then, like, id Software coming out after the announcement saying, we don't own this, we are not affiliated with this, they own the rights to the movie that was made ages ago. This is not an id Software product. We cannot comment on the quality of this product. Which I thought was very funny. Plumwood barrel. Holy crap, that's actually kind of a lot. Well, they brought us a sheep. Can put that with the rest of our sheep. Does your name fit? I don't know. Does your name fit? I don't understand what it's supposed to fit into, Dwarven Gaming. To watch the Doom 2018 movie? I wouldn't. Just sticking it inside. Yeah, sit on it and we'll find out. Dude, I'm excited for that Mortal Kombat movie. Also, I like how you misspelled combat. I'm upset that you put a C in front of the statement of Mortal Kombat. Like, that has to be some sort of gamer sin. Like, you're gonna go to the 7th pit of gamer hell for not knowing to spell combat with a K. Where the hell are these other humans? Oh, there they are. To find ire, Oh, you found iron instead of gold? Yeah, no, that'll do you in DF. You have unlimited amounts of gold but no iron. I've had that happen many, many, many times. Or it's like, oh, I keep finding raw silver. So we have tons of warhammers but no armor. I mean, I've had unlimited amounts of galena in this fort too. Silver and lead? Silver and lead. Two very useful materials. I mean, I think I have like... At one point I had like 8,000 galena ore in this map, but I also had like 20,000 limonite, which is iron. So I've powered through most of the galena, and that's why I have all these statues made of lead in a grid pattern. But yeah, no, I've had a few forts that have had nothing but galena. It wasn't a day fort. It was a more longer term fort. There was one of the holiday forts. I want to say it was the Halloween fort last year, where all I found was not tetrahedrite, it was galena, and then I hit the third cavern layer and found a fuckload of tetrahedrite, and I was so excited. I was like, yes! I like flipped shit. I was like, holy shit, something to make into armor. It doesn't matter if it's bad. Native gold, tetrahedrite, and platinum. At least you have copper. That's something. Like, it's not ideal, but at least you have copper. Because at that point, like, yeah, if you're trading with the Mountain Home, you could request some anvils, get some steel, melt that down, and get a couple pairs or a couple weapons made out of steel, and or alternatively use some nefarious things to multiply that steel into even more steel. And yeah, pray that you get artifact platinum hammers. Have any of you guys ever had like a dwarf grab all of the material to make a really, really, really good weapon, and then it's like they'll grab like 2 different kinds of metal, and it'll be like copper and platinum, and they'll make a copper warhammer that's studded with platinum, and you're like, no, because I've had that happen. I've had artifact warhammers made out of wood studded with platinum before, or bone even, which is almost more upsetting. I'm worried about this dwarf. You got 3 steel artifact trap components and 2 artifact crossbows and a gold greatsword, and the only good weapon artifacts I've gotten in the current forest is a steel battle axe. So that's pretty good. I don't know. I think as long as you're getting legendary weaponsmiths out of it, you're winning, because then you can just, you know, go make legendary, assuming you have the materials you need, and you get legendary weaponsmiths out of it, you're good. Assuming you're getting legendary weaponsmiths out of it, you're good. Unless they're all like possessions, in which case, well, that kind of blows. Exhilarated after a sparring session. All right, we'll just let them do their thing, and I'll work on constructions up top. Because it's not raining. No, never mind. It totally is. All right, well, then I will wait until it stops raining. The melting process could use a bit of balancing. A bit? A bit? A bit? A bit. Just a little bit of balancing. Yeah, that's what Dwarf Fortress needs. Just a little bit of balance. I'm very curious to see if they do any balancing before the Steam version, though, being a little bit more serious. You've got 3 level 20 weaponsmiths, so that's not too bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I never know the exact number, but as long as I get one person to use legendary, we're good. As long as we get like 1 or 2 people who are legendary, we good. It's generally kind of rude to tell a streamer their view count. Just saying. But it's generally kind of rude. Especially because a lot of things can affect view count. So. Just for future reference. That's also not too uncommon. I think I had like close to 200 people here for a bit yesterday. Standard, bro. Exactly. Today was actually like just kind of weirdly quiet, but I think that's got something to do with the fact that daylight savings just hit a large portion of the world and people are sleepy. But I have 115 viewers right now because I just got an auto host from somebody probably, which means it'll probably drop down to about 70 in about 30 seconds anyway. So, well, we just got a king, stupid. So, because we have a king, we have to make king happy. So I was going to make this into the above ground library suspended above the fortress, but because I now have a king, I'm going to make this into the dining room and I'll build a library down here. Because I'm slowly just making this fortress a big above ground area. Was I spot on? Did it drop down to 70? You lost a ton of stuff because of them? Put your stuff inside then. You'll stop losing stuff. Be good for release to get more PR. I don't think people really know. Like, like people who play Dwarf Fortress know that you can dupe iron infinitely. And know that you can dupe any material infinitely, right? Diamond? Average Joe number 25 who read half of Boat Murdered in 2008 and saw a Krug Smash video once, don't know that. So I don't think it would really make a difference. I mean, probably they could just be, the game went under a massive balance patch. I mean, well, we're always doing that. But, like, I don't think that would really change much. You could train Kias and then send it to another location to steal shit for you. What, like reverse pigeons? So instead of sending shit via the bird to the other place, you send a Kia to bring other shit back. That would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? All right. Let's throw that down. And more of that. And then we can put a roof on this. Send out parrot raids to my enemies. I mean, you can already kind of do that. If you have a really good ambusher, manufacturing monkeys, you can literally just like send out squads to not attack and just they'll come back with tons of stuff. Like tons of stuff. You have tons of every other material, but you have no freaking iron. Well, then make masterwork copper armor or bronze armor then. If you have every other material, you can make bronze, which is quite good. Albeit heavy, but quite good. So it really depends on like kind of what you're aiming for. I think one of the problems is everybody playing Dwarf Fortress seems to think that they need the best material. It's like, yes, steel is really good. Do you need steel to win in DF? Absolutely not. Like, you can win in DF with copper and silver. You can win in DF with just copper. If you know what you're doing, you can win with just wood. The fun part about DF is the fact that you can be thrown into a situation where you are given the worst possible materials and outcome, and also there's a bronze colossus running around, and then also figure out how to survive. That's what's satisfying to me about DF, is being put into dumb situations and being like, well, gotta make the best of this. You know, it's like if you have a light aquifer on your map, you could drown an entire enemy army or kill them with water pressure. If you have a light aquifer on your, or a tiny little trickling stream, like you don't need a lot to murder the thing that's trying to murder you. It's just a matter of how you go about doing it. And being creative. I mean, just giving your dwarves the best weapons and saying, go kill the thing is like the least fun way of doing stuff. It's literally the least fun way to do stuff. I accidentally tipping it into an aquifer. Fortunately, that's not so much of a thing anymore. I genuinely believe that the best change that's been made to Dwarf Fortress since I've started playing it is the change to light and heavy aquifers. It's easily the best change that Tarn has made. It's so good. Nice. I'm just using nice and granite because they're the same color. And a great horned owl just went after one of my dwarves. That's fine. He's luring the enemy invasions through them. Hundreds dead in an instant. Hundreds dead in an instant. No bodies, and you can just run out and collect all the iron. It's great. It's an easy source of fresh water and an underground without fun things like that. No, totally. I mean, light aquifers are like one of the best things that's just been added to the game, just straight up. Probably around 2040. I think we'll get that before 2040. I mean, that would be twice the age for Dwarf Fortress, right? That would literally be, like, look at how much we've achieved in the first 20 years of Dwarf Fortress existing, right? Or not almost 20 years. By 2040, the game will be twice as old. So even if we don't double the amount of content in the game by then, it will definitely have more stuff. Are the best thing that have been added to the game? Totally, but I think adding the different variations and strengths in the aquifer without the need to mod the game is an even bigger deal. The rest of your dwarven civilization is dead? Start making babies. You need more. Retire your fort and make 3 or 4 other forts, and then come back to the first one. That's an option. With only lead barrels as food storage? Oh god, those dwarves must have been ripped. How are we doing though, Dragon Man? I hope your day's been well. Yep, I have over here I have a paddock of unicorns. Right there. Those are all those ewes are unicorns. There's also a raven in here, which I'm actually going to let out because I forgot was in there. Yeah, there. We can let the raven out. There's also a mule and a donkey in there. They're just hanging out. But, yeah, all those ewes are unicorns. They're delicious. I have 2 sheep there. Actually, I think I just got another sheep that I should probably add to this. It's a Wolverine, Weasel. Unless it's dead already, which is possible. It may have starved to death already. But the humans brought me one at the start of autumn. So it's probably not. It's probably just hungry. I also have a bunch of Ettins, some giants, and a minotaur in my basement. They live down there. They're my pets. And there's also a vampire in the walls. Yeah, this fortress is a fortress. It's very much a fortress. It's not just like a little dwarven hideaway. It's a fucking fortress. Also, speaking of, does the king want anything? Yep. What do you want? Ballista arrow. Okay. What do you want? High boot. Okay. Iron high, 1, and ass bow, 3. No, Rise gets exclusive attention. It's coming out on PC in a year, though. Don't forget that World had a very long period of time to come out on PC first. Who lived entirely off of sheep. This fortress is currently 35 dwarves and has been alive for 192 years. I've kept it alive for. The goal for this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000. But Rise looks so shit. I don't know. I can't speak to it. I've actually not seen a single trailer for Monster Hunter Rise. I just saw a meme that was Monster Hunter Rise, Son of Rome, and it made me laugh. And it was just like a Roman dude attacking a Rathalos, which was very funny to me because I remember when Rise, Son of Rome came out. So that was amusing, but yeah, that's fair. I think Rhinestone's super happy with it. Everybody that I know who's been playing Monster Hunter Rise seems to like it. So, but visually, yes. The Millennia Long Fortress. Longdeath Millennium. Exclamation point Longdeath if you want the full playlist. We're on day 83 if my memory serves me correct. How shall we celebrate? I don't know. I mean, I'll release the save file. I'll probably fire up the ballistas down in the basement again, which we fire off once every 100 years. I'm thinking about like propping up a ballista up here or something and just firing off a single ceremonial ballista shot or something. I don't know. Actually, you know what I should do? I should make this into fortifications and fire a ballista out of here over these poor trees for the celebration. That's what I should do. Because the king loves ballista arrows. So, of course, the king would love a fucking ballista in their living room. They would absolutely appreciate that. But yeah, the world started on year 5, so 2 shots, 1 for each century. I like it. I like it. That's how we shall celebrate. Or you know what? I could put it up here. This is even better. Could put it like up here and just fire a single ballista shot that way. Watch it like come down and like randomly snipe somebody. It's just gonna kill somebody. I don't have actually, platinum is a material I don't believe I've ever actually had in this fortress. I don't believe I've ever had platinum. I've had literally every other material, but I do not believe I've had any platinum. Just pointed at the guests, right? Dwarven Gaming? Just pointed at the guests. Just, you walk in, there's a ballista arrow just pointing at you, fully primed and ready to fire. It's time to bail. Hopefully you don't come into the chat on Tuesday and say that you spent time in the police office. So hopefully things go better this week. Spitalier, tomorrow is my day off according to the new schedule, so I will see you on Tuesday, hopefully. And thank you for hanging out today, and thanks for the $3 earlier. Cheers, man. Don't let the ballista hit you in the ass on the way out. Yeah, right. Don't make me accidentally shoot you in the butt on the way out. Getting those 2 pieces of floor undone so I could put fancy bars in the basement. Recutting M8 tabs. I don't know what that means, but I hope that it's more pleasant than it sounds. But genuinely, I have no idea what that means. So, put Electrum. Get a little bit of yellow up in here. There's a bunch of construction that we just did. Sure, the dwarves will be okay, though. Read Book of Animal Courtship. Read Conversations After the End. A copy of it, of course. That's one of those things where it's like, when you say that you wish that you could do that, if you want to do that, it's real easy to mod. Like, literally as easy as editing a notepad file. You want to be able to craft armor and stuff, like, just ask somebody with a little bit more game knowledge than me and someone could sort that out for you in a couple minutes. Yeah, like, Dwarf Fortress is actually extremely easy to mod. It's like, if you can go into the INI files and change the settings to be able to do specific stuff, it's like, you literally just have to do it. It's the fortunate thing about Dwarf Fortress is it's actually really, really easy to manage when it comes to modding it. It's really funny, like, I've had some people say things that, like, oh, you know, worried about mod support. And, oh, is the game moddable? And it's like, this game's extremely moddable. Overhaul mods are challenging because of the way the game's designed, but yes, this game's extremely moddable. Pilot, how you doing? Have you watched the race yet? Because if you haven't, should watch the race. It was a good start to the season. No spoils, but it was a good start to the season. There's also a mod that I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but just will generate materials with magical properties for you. And you can just inject it directly into the game that you're playing. So you can just be like, I would like a magical material that makes things spontaneously combust when it touches them. Or I would like a material that when forged causes things to instantly freeze. Or I want a material that takes 18 different materials to put together and can only be smelted on lava and makes something that is heavier than platinum when made. You know, like there's a mod that'll just let you do that, and it's super easy to use. You can just literally inject different materials into the game with weird properties. You want a material that like shoots blood everywhere for some reason. And also that blood is acidic and burns through armor, including for the dwarf wielding the armor. Do I know that mod's name? Krugsmash shouted it out on a video a little while ago. I'd need to go look it up, but yeah, it's just the way I refound it when I was looking for it was just Dwarf Fortress Material Generator. But yeah, like it's literally just you can inject weird properties into specific materials. Like there's a lot of weird shit for DF. You just need to look for it. The problem is right now it's all hidden in archaic old forums, which makes surfacing that stuff kind of difficult, unfortunately. But it's all there. You just need to go get it. I mean, if you really, 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 really want your H.R. Geiger weird alien penises to come to reality, you could probably do that, yeah. You want, like, weird body horror armor? You could probably do that. You could probably just make, like, leather armor out of people. But I also know for a fact that Orange is only saying that because he knows it'll upset me, so. I hope you're doing well today, Orange. That's even easier, actually, as far as armor made out of human flesh. Just need to allow butcherable intelligence, and then they'll just tan their skin, and then you just make human leather armor. That had a syndrome that turned whatever is affected into one of them.
Been a
So-
little while in it.
We are the Borg. Thanks for the $2. Wake Bear, what's up, man? It's been a little minute. It has been. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the $2. No, it's just I dislike comparing RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, and I dislike large portions of the RimWorld community because I think they're obnoxious about this shit, and Orange just thinks it's hilarious to get me mad. That's all. So Orange is bringing up that shit, I would assume. That or Orange is completely oblivious to everything and is just saying things because he thinks it's funny. One of the two. But no, we're not discussing RimWorld because screw that game. You have no clue anything about RimWorld? Well, you're basically making RimWorld memes then. How's that? You're quite literally just making RimWorld memes. Because memes are, for RimWorld are, lol, cannibalism. I'm going to make you into a sofa. I'm funny. Been working nonstop since you've had to take over someone's shifts. Oh, that sucks, dude. Hopefully, like, you're getting paid good for extra hours and shit. I think that they will, and I think half of them will be very disappointed. Because Gita Jackson, who's a very, very, very good writer who's written about Dwarf Fortress a bunch in the past on various websites that she's written for over the years, said something pretty recently which I think is fascinating, which is the Dwarf Fortress isn't actually going to appeal to the community that thinks it's going to appeal to, that hasn't played it. Because RimWorld is such a different thing. What it is going to appeal to, though, are people who play a shit ton of Stardew Valley. Which I think is fascinating. You know what? I'm going to top this off with Mudstone. Partially because that's what I have, and I'm going to say it's ceremonial reason. Oh, you're fine. Just press enter slower and you'll forget less. There we go. It's going to be the last sprint to get this shit done, Dwarfs. How's Anton doing? Feeling better, Dwarf? Nope. But last few thoughts have been happy. So that's good. It's that anger that's hard to deal with. We didn't trade with dwarves, did we? And winter is here. The caravan, Mountain Home didn't show up. Interesting. It wasn't an article. It was a comment on a podcast. It wasn't an article. It was in a podcast. But Reset Roundtable episode 3 on the Vice Games / Waypoint radio feed would be what it was. But the reason it would appeal is because Stardew Valley is a game about starting with nothing and building something. It can be hard if you mod it to be, but isn't a particularly hard game, right? It's a game about starting with absolutely nothing and building up a big, satisfying thing. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about cranking the difficulty up to hardest possible plus and then cranking the difficulty slider even more so up so that the tower defense elements of that game really shine, which is what RimWorld's about. Dwarf Fortress is a game about building a machine and being satisfied with that machine. You can murder a lot of things in that process, but that isn't the only goal. Where in RimWorld, it's the only goal, is to murder things. Dwarf Fortress, that is a possible goal and an outcome, but not the only goal. Sure, it describes a large portion of management games for sure, but it depends on what the actual point of the management game is, right? Dwarf Fortress is more about just kind of watching the systems interact, more so than a lot of other games, where a lot of other games are more about macro and player reaction time and speed. And I tend to agree with that. Also, 85% of statistics like that are made up, Danny. So, people who like DF will also like Factorio and RimWorld usually. No, totally. I mean, I tend to agree. I tend to agree with that as well. It's like there's there's going to be a heavy appeal for factory game players. It's like a lot of people are banking on or a lot of people in the Dwarf Fortress community are banking on RimWorld players coming over, but like RimWorld is such a fucking different game with such fucking different goals and outcomes. But I don't know. Like, I feel like there's going to be some RimWorld players that'll play Dwarf Fortress and be like, fuck yeah, this is great. But I think that there will be others that are like, nah. Because, like, the people who play RimWorld, who play it at 500% max difficulty to min-max every little thing, I don't think they will really enjoy Dwarf Fortress. The people who play RimWorld at a lower difficulty to just kind of build a city and play will enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Does that make sense? You started with RimWorld, but got into Dwarf Fortress because of RimWorld? I got into RimWorld because of Dwarf Fortress. So. A lot of people that played RimWorld and just got bored of it? Totally. That too. I think that it's the more casual audience is, I think, it's not the hardcore RimWorld audience who have 5,000 hours and only play on Merciless, which is admittedly what I was. Because that was the only way I got enjoyment out of that game, was by playing it that way. I think those people will be a little bit less attracted to Dwarf Fortress. I think it's more the people who just enjoy farming, you know? The people who just enjoy watching the dwarves run around and be dwarves. That's where Dwarf Fortress is at its best. Like, as I've always said, like Bellinair's one of my teammates who loves Dwarf Fortress, but he always says, I love Dwarf Fortress. I love watching my dwarves go around and telling all the little stories, and that's so much fun. I wish the combat was better. And he's kind of right. Combat's the weakest part of the game. Building Rube Goldberg machines to creatively murder things, very fun. But actually, like, telling your dwarves to go kill thing is the least interesting portion of the game. And usually just ends with half your dwarves dying. Unless you have, like, you know, perfectly tuned armor, but then the fun of that wasn't actually telling your dwarves to go murder a thing. That is the spectacle and reward for the fun of building the thing still. I mean, wrestling in adventure mode, maybe. How you doing, Cleno? But I don't know. Because even in, like, watching people who are playing in super evil biomes that are very close to, reminds you of Dungeon Keeper? Sure. Although Evil Genius 2, which is coming out, is basically just a Dungeon Keeper game. We have a king now, Cleno. That's the biggest change. Speaking of. Shoot. And we have Band-Aids. High boots and Ballistera. Oh. Never mind. Jobs haven't been confirmed yet. I've played a War for the Overworld. I didn't like War for the Overworld. It was too much of an RTS for me. It was too much of an RTS and not a very good one. But then again, I never played the War for the Overworld 3 years later expansion thing that they put out. I just played the 1.0 version when it came out of early access, and I wasn't super thrilled with it. I've heard good things about the Dungeons series, but I've also heard that thing is quite very much its own thing. I need to actually play Keeper RL. Maybe I should put Keeper RL into the Patreon game bucket this month. I might do that. Might actually do that. Keeper RL being this. An RTS with dungeon management? I mean, yeah, there's reasons why I've kind of just passively skipped that whole franchise. But yeah, that's something that I need to actually dig into and try and see if I like it. Uh-oh, we're snowing again. Let's get the roof on. Come on, dwarves. One is closer to Evil Genius in a way. Yeah, I haven't played any of them, but I know that series has changed quite a bit over its time of existence, I guess. Alright, who are you? Oh, that's Anton. You should be in the military anyway. Not doing that. The one problem that I'm having with building up here a lot is I'm starting to get dwarves that are cave adapted all the time, which is a bit of a problem. Let's just let the dwarves chill for a little bit. Also make those ballista arrows so that King don't get mad. Go, Peter. Go assemble a ballista arrow. Get it done. Yeah, I don't know. Dungeons always seem kind of like a weird thing. So did I, Zanny. I bought it with the intention to stream it and then just never did. But I also kind of bought it because it fits into the kind of that group of games where I'm just like, I just want this game to exist. And there's a few games where I've bought and paid for them just because I want to see them exist. And that's actually like a relatively common thing for me, where I will buy games that I know I don't have time to play just because I want to see that game continue to be developed. Which is maybe like a bit of a weird thing, but it's true. 'Tis something I do. It is something that I do. All right, we need to be very careful with that one kind of upset dwarf. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. If you wish to invest your tickets. Also, investments are open. Also, Keeper RL has a free version that just doesn't have a tile set. Just also worth noting. I don't know how far behind it is, updates-wise, but it is a thing that exists. There we go. Getting some socks made. Good stuff. My cloth count has gone up considerably in the past 2 years, which is good. Meaning the ability for my dwarves to refresh the number of socks that we have is very quick. Shillin'? Shillin' for who? Big ticket? I mean, those little things? Nah. Although, wouldn't it be funny if, like, a cryptocurrency called tickets or something came to be? Surprised that doesn't exist already, actually. Nice hours. Lake Bear. Nice. I mean, meanwhile, Aqua over here with 3,048 hours. Like, holy shit, dude. It's been a while since Elite Dangerous, that's for sure. Kind of missed that game, though. In Discord streams, you joke, but there is an entire streaming service that does that. Literally, that's their business model. Is they generate cryptocurrency while you're watching and interacting with the stream, and then it slowly accumulates in your account and in the account for the person streaming, and then people watching the streams can then throw what they call lemons, I think, at the streamer, which are the actual cryptocurrency, thus crediting the streamer's account with that cryptocurrency, and then they can either keep that cryptocurrency and trade it for other cryptocurrencies within the site itself on the back end, or they can sell it back to the site in exchange for money. Yeah. That is a streaming service that exists. They also spent their entire marketing budget on 6-month exclusive weekly streams with PewDiePie. Sounds like bits with extra steps. Yeah, except bits aren't on the blockchain. I'm kind of surprised they aren't, but I'm also happy that they aren't. Talking to your dad about Elite Dangerous Odyssey the other day, and Obsidian Ant summed it up perfectly with a recent video asking how many long-standing flying bugs do we think are going to get fixed once there are space legs bugs everywhere? What do you mean by bug? When you're saying bugs, do you mean aliens, or you mean bugs as in like actual glitches and issues with the game? Because this is Frontier Dev we're talking about, please. But yes, it's basically just bits in it with extra steps. Also, it's one of those sites that believes in not censoring their users. So the result is literally the only people that use that site are white supremacists. Yep. And conspiracy theorists. So... and some YouTubers. And I think like the most popular game on that site usually is either GTA or some random free-to-play shooter you've never heard of. Quality? Yeah, basically. Hope it can handle the influx. I'm sure they're prepped. I'm sure they're prepped. I don't know. I would like to go back to Elite. I just don't think I will. Like, realistically, like I'm being completely honest with myself, I don't think I will. Because I was never one of those people who wanted space legs to begin with, so... while it's cool, I don't know if it's a game I actually want to play. Because I don't really like first-person shooters all that much. And... I don't know, man. I don't know. I never wanted to get out of my spaceship and run around. Maybe 4 or 5 more tanks that I could drop, but like... every time you think about it, you end up saying, oh, no, I'll play this game instead. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd get more fun these days out of Elite, which is the open source version of Elite. Like OG Elite. Or whatever that open source TIE fighter was called. Where they were trying to make generated missions for TIE fighter. I don't know if that project ever got off the ground, though. Just bought the new KFZ Zinger Crifts. Please give us a very detailed breakdown of everything. Of exactly why you're disappointed with this. Zinger Crisps? Hey, okay, so I just want to throw this out there, right? You bought something called Zinger Crisps from KFC and you expected to not be disappointed? I'm missing something here. Like, doesn't matter what I'm getting from KFC. If I'm getting something from KFC, I'm already disappointed in myself, let alone, like, just being disappointed. It's knew you had to get it. You know, one of my favorite things to do when I worked at McDonald's is when people would come in and be like, how is the new X thing? One of the ones that I got the most frequently was, how is the new Raspberry Pi? Because there was a while there for some fucking reason where McDonald's Canada had a chocolate Raspberry Pi. It was disgusting, right? Like, awful. Nobody bought them. We always had a billion of them. Like, it took us like an extra 6 months to sell out of our frozen stock because nobody bought them. A lot of them ended up just getting thrown out. They were awful. And my favorite thing to do was customers would come in and be like, so how are those new pies? Are they any good? And I'd just be like, nah, they're awful. They'd be like, oh, well, thanks for being honest. And then they wouldn't order them. I got scolded by my manager for stating they're awful. I'm like, but they're awful. People return them half the time, half eaten, and ask for their money back. Why not just save them the problem? Finally, iron? Congrats. You found iron. The Iron Legions shall be great.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Did you watch the other speedy cars, or are you, like, just popping in? What's up, man? What's up, dude? How's things? No, you haven't said hi today yet. We did say hi on Discord earlier, though, when we were talking about speedy tracks and zoom zooms. Postponed due to the rain? Oh. Well, fair. Is it, like, really heavy rain? It's got to be pretty heavy if it's going to postpone a race. This is worth more than gold, quite literally. Yeah. Do you have a stone layer to make steel? Into a mud track, but, like, I might actually watch that, and I don't give a shit about NASCAR. You do? Oh, awesome! You have fucking steel. Congrats, man. That's fucking awesome. NASCAR, more like nose car. Actually, NASCAR, more like nah. Scar. There you go. Maybe I should have done a lowercase h. I don't know.
Ooh, you suck!
Cooler's just like, I'm here to just boo at you occasionally. Hope you're doing well today, Cooler. Never happened with the mud. Would never cover the logo. Oh yeah, true. The mud would cover the logos. You're not wrong. So wait, what you need is you need a mud track with like a foot, 5 meters of concrete with just a sprinkler that cleans every car perfectly as they're doing laps. So they get covered completely in mud by the time they get back to the beginning, and then they're just clean again, right? Then scrap today? Wow. Huh. I mean, fair enough, I guess, if it's dangerous. I mean, you're more than welcome to get them again whenever you want. It's just $6.99 a month on Patreon, or $10 a month on Twitch, or just be Cooler and be special. I just give things to Cooler because he does my art, and I don't pay him enough, so might as well let him yell at me. Although Cooler, you might be, you might find this amusing. I went to go see my tax lady because you know, it's that season and I get to pay my taxes. And when she was like writing down everything and filling stuff out, she's like, "You spent a lot of money on digital branding this year. What changed?" I'm like, "I don't know. What did change?" So apparently I spent more money on you this past year than I do normally. That or I did a better job claiming it all. One of the two. That's deductions. Your new credit card hasn't come in yet? No. Oh, that's fine. Last one got frauded. Right. Well, stream will be here. I love just the dwarf on the roof cleaning up vomit. Just, you know, doing God's work over there, Peter. Oh, shit. And Clay's stressed. All right, well. That's your squad, right? Yeah, Clay is the Eternal Hammer. All right, you know, I think I'm going to move Anton, the dwarf, over to Clay's squad. This dwarf. Move you over to the Eternal Hammer. Take the main one off. And then get the Eternal Hammer training. It's year 197. We are 192 years into the fortress. You'd basically not be paying tax. I mean, I'm basically a charity case. Please don't claim your tips to me as charity because it's not charity. But I'm basically a charity case, so, you know, at least that'll make you feel good. May not be the most efficient way to do that, but... You would have been knocked out of the tax bracket. That's... Huh. Huh. I mean, I spent like $400 on charity last year. But that was $300 on my own on my birthday and $100 on $100 on the Halcyon Frequency X Hot Potato Rimworld Challenge and $300 on my birthday. I'm a non-charity charity case. Yeah, basically. People don't give me money because they think it's worth it. They give me money because they think that I need it and I'll die if I don't get it, right? I hope that's not the case. But seriously, I will die without groceries, so thank you to those of you who helped me pay for groceries. Combat training is in the middle of the map, not up there, wherever you're going. Rip emote access? Yeah. I'm... Well, in Canada, it's $300 a year. It's actually kind of funny. I looked up, like...
Remember to buy food.
Thanks, Rosenvine, for the $3. I will remember to buy food. I bought food on Saturday. I'm going to go buy more food tomorrow. But thank you for the food money. The $3 in bones. Cheers. The Americans don't need to know that. We have healthcare in Canada. The amount that I spent last year on all of my medical expenses, and I was in the hospital for a week almost. I was in the hospital for a week, took an ambulance, visited many doctors, many specialists, and I've had many phone call appointments with nurses, and my total medical expenses last year was $388. Like, that wouldn't have covered the first 30 seconds of ambulance in the States. And I'd probably be dead. And the humans are here. You have to pay to get a fucking COVID test in the States? My ass. Jesus Christ. I mean, I've already spent, like, I think it's about $280 so far this year. But the only reason I haven't fully paid off my deductible for my medical expenses this year is because insulin is covered. So these are the humans delivering their tribute, and I need to see if we lost anybody, because I don't believe anybody died. Nope. Nope, no death. That's 2 springs in a row with no death. Who was that? Oh, it's still Clay. Well, go fucking... do what you're supposed to do. Pay up, you loser humans. Yeah, right? The Longdeath protection racket continues. You know, I might just, like, eat all these dingoes. Having these dingoes are fun, but they make way too many puppies, because they keep having, like, puppy litters of, like, multiple puppies, like 3 and 4. So I might just slaughter all of these dingoes. They were fun for a bit, but they've stopped being fun. Sure, it's always hospital parking fees, but they're still complaining about it. I see Canadians complain about healthcare-related costs all the time. Sure, it's the hospital parking is fucking expensive. $20 to pay for parking for 2 days. Ugh. Yep. 1 box of insulin is more expensive than my yearly costs of insulin in Canada for a year. One box of insulin in the States is more expensive. Although it's cheaper if you have Amazon Prime. My favorite, like, thing to reference when I'm talking about, like, American healthcare being terrible is a friend of mine who lives in San Francisco, right? He's also a type 1 diabetic and is also insulin dependent. So he also has to buy insulin. Insulin is $870 a box. I think it's $879 a box. If on Amazon's pharmacy. Also, Amazon has a fucking pharmacy in the States, which is wild to me. So on Amazon's pharmacy, which was the only delivery pharmacy he could get at the time, it was $879 without a Prime subscription, which is fucked for a single box. That's like 5 times what I pay. If you have Amazon Prime, they're $299 a box. Yeah, at least you get same-day shipping, which is the normal price in the States. To give you an idea, over here in Canada, a box of insulin, which lasts me about a month and a half, depending on what type of insulin it is about $149 if I don't have insurance. If I had no insurance whatsoever, if I was not on Medicare, which is free, by the way, basically, like in my tax bracket, I don't need to pay any medical fees. If I make $20,000 more this year than I did last year, then I would need to pay some fees, but I don't pay any fees. So my annual costs are cheaper than a box of insulin. At that point, Prime is paying for itself. Think about how fucked up that sentence is. Think about how fucked up that sentence is, Orange. Just think about it for a second. But you probably know already. The elves have arrived once again to trade. It genuinely is, yes. It genuinely is repulsive grub. We need to do clothing. Trousers, because we need to do this every 2 or 3 years. Oh, I already did trousers. Glove. Mitten. Cap. Hood. I just did a bunch of those. And then leather shoes. Your meds aren't even covered. That is messed up. In the OS, you'd be fucked because the meds that work for you aren't even approved? Really now? Well done. I'm not too familiar with your situation, so that is fucked. Yes, but they're the easiest way to get fun animals. Dwarven. They are the most efficient way to get any kind of giant creatures or fun pets. Moose, elephants. They're the easiest way to get the most valuable drinks, as well as unicorns. They're a little finicky to trade with, but it's fine. Weasel, Fluffy Wambler, Hedgehog. They're also the only people who can bring tame gremlins. And I want a gremlin in my fortress. It's one of my long-term goals for this fort. It's to get a gremlin mayor. I want to do it. Elephants and grizzly bears? I mean, that's how I got my herd of unicorns here. And also the dingoes, which I'm kind of past my excitement phase with. Yeah, an American alternative would be about 200 a month. Jesus. Just got a breeding pair of giant cougars. Nice, Celeburger. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just like default right off all the cool shit you can do with elves because elves are evil, but I don't know. Everybody's kind of evil in DFs. Humans are evil. Yep. Dwarves are evil. For sure. With all the times they go about conquering everybody and murdering every other sentient creature in the world. Oh, dwarves are pretty evil. You know what isn't evil? Necromancers. Necromancers are just perfectly normal people with weird hobbies. So yeah, what? They like resurrecting the dead. It's fine. Sometimes you just want to talk with your great aunt Tommy again. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta talk with your great aunt Tommy once again. You miss her. She's silly. Sometimes you just need to, you know, do that. Something that I always wonder. I just got a comment from somebody basically stating that like they don't really care what the Steam version of DF looks like. All that they care is that they can easily decipher what everything is and what it means. Because some people can understand the ASCII visuals, but some people just can't, is the wording that they used. And I read that and I wonder, it's like, you just can't, or have you just not tried? Because generally I believe it's the second one. Generally I believe like you've seen a couple of screenshots and you've just never tried. Or never looked into modding and the other tile sets. By diabolic human overseers? True. True that, Clino. True. It's not their fault. It's just the people in charge, right? Ballista arrows. Need one ballast. Cool. Clay stopped being depressed. How's Anton doing? Getting there. Yeah, see, I don't like a lot of bright colors. So the amount of black is actually quite nice for me. But I also don't like dark mode. So I need very particular colors. But fortunately, you can just completely change all of the colors in DF. So this actually isn't black like the default black. It's like a very dark brown for the background, which is very easy on the eyes, actually. If this was the jet black default, ugh. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, like, actually, what the hell happened? Huh. Apparently we ran out of pigtail seeds. Not totally sure how. Only brew. You're not supposed to be brewed. So then where's all my pigtails hiding? Because apparently I have a bunch of uncooked pigtails somewhere. Because I was going to say, I thought I already removed. Pigtails from this. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I did. It's right there. But somehow we've run out of seeds. Which is very strange. Apart from minerals, it doesn't really matter what the tile set is. No, totally. I'm kind of the same. Like, it doesn't matter what tile set I use. It just takes me a minute to kind of like wrap my head around it, and then I'm like, oh, okay. Like, it just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, that's totally fair. But have you ever tried to build a fort like this one? This one is just a big old hole in the ground, and then I built up and out basically. So that's the big old hole in the ground. Then I dug out that tower over there on the left, went up and over, and all of this is constructed out of blocks by hand. Over 10,000 years. Could it be this one? No, you're literally just for drinks. I don't know. The oldest game of Dwarf Fortress is? The oldest heavily documented one is Sethados' Arch Crystal, which is 470 years. There's a screenshot of somebody who claims that they had a fortress that lasted for 600. But as far as heavily documented goes, it's basically just 470 something years for Arch Crystal. Unless Clino Dev knows about one that off the top of his head that's longer. But yeah, I know where you're coming from, Clino. I try and unpause people's games on streams all the time. I don't generally try and figure out what specific ore types are, but I do definitely like pause and try to unpause people's games, and it usually just pauses the stream, and I'm like, oh shit, right. What, to digging out the big hole, Manu? We lost some dwarves digging out the big hole because we did. So what's this? Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's fair. I would like to see Vetelinger running with the Steam dwarves. With like the way that's something that I'm hoping people do is they take the old tile sets and transplant the new dwarves and items into them. Like I'd love to take like these walls and the visuals of this tile set, but just transplant the new dwarves in. I'd actually really like that. I think that would be really cool. So I still get like the old, more like simpler overall visual palette, but you know. Yeah, I must have like sold a bunch of seeds at some point or something, because I don't know what the fuck happened, but all of a sudden making clothing is just the biggest pain in the ass. And then it bugs out and then everything is just the debug critter? Yeah. At least we're getting the leather stuff that I queued up done. Another thing that I'm hoping is that, another thing that I'm curious to find out about with this fortress is I'm curious what happens when bins fully degrade. Does stuff just kind of go everywhere? Or does the stuff in it disappear with the bin? I don't know what happens, but we'll find out eventually. A pile? You sure? Because I don't have a firm confirmation from everybody about that. I'm assuming it just kind of explodes onto a pile and we can just go collect it, but I don't actually know for certain. Like, oh, like a single, so it'll just turn into a quantum stockpile then? Basically? Okay, so just be, okay. It's not so bad then. Still be a lot of like sudden, we have to go in and organize a bunch of shit. It's gonna be really hard for me to not wake up and stream tomorrow. Yeah. I feel like people have started talking about quantum stockpiles less. I don't know. I feel like a year or two ago, everybody was asking me about quantum stockpiling, and no one ever asks me about that shit anymore. It's interesting. I wonder why that is. All right, I think gonna try and import some pigtail seeds. Something that I'm gonna try and do. Actually, you know what I could do? I could do this. Sweet pods, dimple cups. There's gotta be pigtails in here somewhere. It's a lot of dimple cups. Come on, there's gotta be pigtails in there somewhere. No? Just dimple cups? How about the upper one? Dimple cups and sweet pods. The shit tons of stuff is bad. I mean, maybe it's just my own echo chamber, but I don't know. I feel like it's something that random people popping in would ask all the time. Maybe it's because I don't post on the subreddit anymore. Quantum stockpiling, technically, yes, is just dumping stuff on one pile, but there's ways of automating it with minecarts so that they're very well organized dumps on one pile. Which is what people used to ask me all the time why I don't use. What's even better is, like, if stuff are in stockpiles, the game isn't tracking their physics. The game stops tracking its physics once it's in a stockpile. So technically it's removed from the frame rate issues, right? But if stuff is not in a stockpile, i.e. a quantum stockpile, it's still being tracked physics-wise. So as you amass stuff, if stuff is in a quantum stockpile instead of in an actual stockpile, the game is keeping closer track of it and monitoring its physics. And then, do you see where I'm kind of going here? L-A-G. Can I get an L-A-G? Motherfucking lag. Sounds like something Public Enemy would have talked about. EDF, you mean? EDF. EDF. Well, it's like, just imagine lag, but it's the Donkey Kong rap. Cause he's DK. Donkey Kong. Big old table. Let's see if this is going to be nice enough value for our king. This over here is currently the king's table, which I will move in a second to up here once those get placed. What is the big hole in the middle? This? Aesthetics. But long-term plan is this is an altar, and this technically is a temple right here. So the plan is drop thing down that very far, and it goes splat. But that's a very long-term plan. I first need to figure out where thing gonna go when it fall, and I don't know where thing gonna go when it fall. Right now it go nowhere. So, work in progress is what it is. Possible expansions for mega projects is always a necessity. One water drop. Yeah, right? Yeah, literally that's all you need is one droplet, one little gush of water to hit that. And then it suddenly your frame rate just goes kaput. But yeah, no, to anybody who is kind of new, if anybody's new to this playthrough in the chat, simply put, this is a... Oopsies, that's not what I want. That's the chair. I want to make the table into the thing. Simply to put, this is maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to promise anything until I have access to it, monkeys. This is a long-term playthrough where we are not really focusing on combat at all. The whole point of this fortress is to just survive. So we are maintaining good ties with as many other factions for as long as possible, and trying to, avoid the normal world domination tendencies of most Dwarf Fortress playthroughs, and trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in a pretty small world. Like, this is the entirety of the world. It's quite small, but it leads to some pretty interesting family relationships in this little fortress, which I quite enjoy. On Saturdays, we do what I call day forts, where we play multiple other forts, and I also do seasonal forts that are, more standard, I guess. We did one over Christmas, which was a lot of fun, where we ended with a giant pit into the lava sea from the surface, in fact, and we were dropping our enemies into it. And we had a tavern fortress set up similar to this one with like a big old window. And so I just like was imagining that my dwarves are just sitting there like singing, dancing, and drinking ale, and then just like, goblin just flies by, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. It's very, very entertaining to me. All right, let's see how the king likes it. It sucks. Okay, boss. Are we not working on the... Okay. Bow ass. 3. Go make 3 more, I guess. Iron statue. 10. And... How about I put... What we go down here. Let's also queue up an iron pedestal. We'll put some artifacts up in there. We'll do that. We'll do it that route. It's a lot of toys that the kids are all playing with in there. Yeah, we also didn't trade with the dwarves this year. No dwarves showed up to trade, which is very strange. No dwarves showed up to trade, which is very strange once again. How's the love fort going? Pretty good, Diamond. Pretty good. Not much love in today. I'm kind of hoping my king gets married. That would be lovely. He does have a lover, and they're a pretty cute little couple, but not married yet. But the king's lover is Taurus the Second, and she is content after having a pretty decent drink and was satisfied at work. You like strawberry wine, which means this dwarf's always going to be happy, because we got lots of strawberry wine. More strawberry wine than you could ever reasonably consume, even. So, hopefully they spend lots of quality time together, if you know what I'm saying. I would like to have some princes and princesses in this fortress. Royal Bouchika wow wow. Yeah, pretty much. You know what? Screw it. I'll just move this one. While discussing incision. Sounds pleasant. Also, can I just say that I'm real proud of that little town builder puzzle game that I've been playing, that everybody else has been playing, Dwarf Romantic, because it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews and 1,042 of them. Proud of that little game. Proud of that little game. I'm very proud of Dwarf fucking. What? I love how like everybody just like interprets the name of that game very strangely in this channel. It's like town romance. Yeah, dwarf fucking. What? Call a video game town romance. And we interpret that as little bearded dudes and little non-bearded dudes making more little bearded dudes. That's what romance leads to? Sure. I mean, I don't see you ever referring to Romance of the Free Kingdoms as China fucking. I'm looking for a good one. An exceptional steel spear. Bunch of first editions of books. I think we're going to go with that. I'm going to put that one. Need to make 3 grates. I mean, I do though. We just never talk about Dynasty Warriors. Fair enough. You do make a point. We do not talk about Dynasty Warriors super frequently. This conversation is just really funny to me because of something that's like just a conversation that's been going on in the background about a thing that hasn't been announced yet. So knowing that conversation was going on an hour ago and then having this conversation with you right now is very funny to me. That's still not happy with the dining room. All right. Well, what else? Well, we're getting more statues, so we can bring those in. See if those help. I swear I'm over 14. No, totally. It's fine. It's fine. Out of that Carcassonne clone? It's a very good single-player Carcassonne clone. Like, it's a game that I didn't realize that I wanted, but, like, yes, it is very, very good. It's funny, because, like, Islanders, very similar game. Didn't really grab me at all. This, it's kind of just that, but they just made it look like Carcassonne, which is just like, well, okay, yeah, I'm in. Sign me the fuck up. Could someone please make a single-player board game rip-off of Ticket to Ride? Thank you. That'd be great. Yes, but then I actually have to, like, count up the points and all that shit. I don't know. Carcassonne Solo is not that fun, in my opinion. Like, I've done it. I've certainly done it. But, like, I don't know. I guess I never really enjoyed playing Carcassonne Solo. Whereas I do enjoy playing Dwarf Romantic. Whereas I enjoy playing Solitaire. I mean, there's many things that can be played solo that maybe are more fun if they're not played solo. What do you guys think? Does that look like a pretty good kingly dining room. Apparently, it's just a grand dining room. It's not quite a royal one yet. So we're working on making it better. But what do you guys think of the dining room? You guys think it's alright? Any idea how that would work in single player ticket? No, which is why I'm saying someone else should make it. I'm not a game designer. I have no idea, man. It can't be that good because I haven't heard of it. You went to eat? What was food? I mean, I do have an artifact mechanism. Hold on. Nowhere, because I don't want them to accidentally fall into a pit. Is to answer the actual question. That one flashing little window over there on the left keeps throwing me off. Keep seeing it and go, what the? Oh, it's no longer a royal enough throne room. Well, I'm going to make you a better throne room anyway here. Let's just throw these all the way along here. And do that for right now. Rice with a hard-boiled egg. Good shit. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Something I haven't thought about in a while is how I actually want to end this fortress when I do end it. One of the thoughts that I've been thinking is like, I could very easily just cave this whole upper area in and then just kill all the dwarves by pulling a lever. That would be one way to end Longdeath, but I feel like I'll probably just make a hard save, share that, and then dump the whole thing into lava. Or drown them all, or kill them in a cave-in, I don't know. One of my favorite fort endings I ever had was the Spike of Zealots when I ended it by vote clowns. I mean, yeah, that could be a way to do it. One of my favorite fort endings ever was the Spike of Zealots, which was a fortress that I ended by dropping all of the dwarves at once out of the temple and into lava. They were in a temple that was suspended above lava, and I just dropped them all into lava all at once because it was a suicide pact. Some sort of suicide pact. So the fort ending would be the death of the Gremlin Mayor. Assuming I get a Gremlin Mayor in the next 200 years. Go have your early dinner. We'll see you when we see you. I do. If I don't see you before tonight, I'll see you Tuesday. By breaking the flying... Actually, yeah, I wonder how long it would take for that tiny little river to just flood the whole fort. Probably, it would take a while. What's up, Narvicious? How's things? It would take a real long while. Also, it would make it very difficult to explore, which would be a massive bummer. Well, I gotta do the roofing on that corner bit next, so that'll take a little bit. I think it's break time for the dwarves for the foreseeable little bit. Man, you're still depressed. Come on. At least this dwarf hasn't tantrumed yet. That would be a bad. He's a spearmaster. Here's the real question, Clino. When I've hit 1,000 years on this fortress, do you think people are going to go explore this fortress in adventure mode? That is my biggest hope, is that other people will go and explore this fortress in adventure mode. Considering there already is, like, I don't know, I guess boss creatures in the basement. What the hell is that? Why is there so many dimple cups right there? Well, I guess all of the stuff that I went and harvested from the basement all just got left there for some reason. Huh. All right. You know what? I'm going to allow food here again. Is it not pigtails? Just curious what happens. Curious how much food, random foodstuffs I have sitting around that could be put somewhere but isn't. For bonus mystery? I mean, I haven't even shown the maze today, to give you an idea. So, like, I don't know if I necessarily need to do it in secret, but... I've thought about exposing all the cavern layers to myself offline, just to see what it would look like, because I want to know what they look like. But I feel like that's cheating. I don't know. Seems kind of disingenuous, I guess. For Steam DF Adventure Mode to include your finished fort. I don't think that'll ever happen, Diamond. Kind of goes against the spirit of Dwarf Fortress. In theory, if this save is compatible with the Steam version, I could put it on the workshop or something. But outside of that, I doubt it. I very, very, very much doubt it. I don't think that we will ever get anything like that. Surely some of your dwarves have traveled the caverns nearby. I don't know, like, is that stretching it, though? Like, is that stretching in believability? Or is that cheating? I don't know, man. I don't know. I do not know. I feel like most of the dwarves have just lived here their whole lives. I mean, there are a few merchants in this fort who've moved here. So maybe. I don't know. Greetings from the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of your merchants? All of the wood. Also should have requested pigtail seeds. Oh well. We have the Merchants Guild. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Although I was going to do that with the humans, or with the dwarves, but that is, of course, assuming they actually show up to trade with me this year. Which is kind of a question mark, because I don't know if they will. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure something out, Gleno. I'll do some interesting. I'll definitely hide some little Easter eggs in this fortress coyly over the years. Like at some point I need to move my psychotic vampire into a different area of the fortress. Because currently he's chained up in an old prison cell. I need to like attach a mechanism, a lever to that chain so I could release him into a different portion of the fort. The thing is, I'm a little bit worried that if I try to go up to him or construct something around him, he's just going to attack people and interrupt. I'm not entirely certain if they'll actually do that, but that's my suspicion. So yeah, I don't know. It's a little tricky. Kind of hard to say. Although after I'm done trading, I'm going to go do lunch. So just a heads up, chat. It's almost lunchtime for me. My tummy grumble a little bit. My tummy grumble. And I require foodstuffs to continue being human. Yeah, I just need to finish trading first, Norstat. We can pick things back up where we left off. Let's see if that's everything. Certainly a bunch of stuff. All right, did you guys happen to bring any seeds? Of course, they brought lots of cheeses and lots of other handy stuff. Just kind of staring, looking at what plants they brought, because somehow I managed, I'm not entirely certain how this happened, but I managed to run out of plant cloth. I'm actually not sure how that happened. So I'm just going to buy up all of their rope reed cloth and such and check their bag supplies. And if they happened to bring any, there's some rope reed. They didn't bring a ton. There was one bag filled with rope reed seeds. I don't want that Mako shark leather bag just because it's a Mako shark leather bag. These are just made out of rope reed. They don't actually have seeds in them. Blade weed seeds. A Dwarf Fortress manager guy. Dwarf Fortress stream indeed. I'm always impressed when people. Something something that someone said to me yesterday was, "Oh my God, people are watching Dwarf Fortress on Twitch. What is this madness?" And I'm like, I literally do this every day and have been doing this almost every day for a couple of years now. It's like it's your fault because you didn't find me sooner. All right, we'll trade that. Let's see what these guys brought. Rope reed and hemp. But Zaliard, hello. Welcome to my weird streams. If you have any questions about the run or what we're trying to do, give me a shout. Although I am about to go do lunch stuff because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I normally would be streaming for about 5.5 hours by now, but I started an hour late because I watched F1 this morning. So, let's trade that. There we go. That should kick the clothing production up into high gear. We'll fix it eventually. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about the lazy noob pack stuff. The thing that I will say is lazy noob pack does make the game crash a shit ton. I play the game completely vanilla, and I have had like a crash this year. So just keep that in mind. It's not that difficult to set it up. But if you need any help with anything DF related, me or somebody in chat can assist pretty quickly too. There we go. That'll help us with our clothing. Do wonder where you're getting stuff from. Just trying that. I mean, chat can offer insights, but I don't know anything about running DF on Linux because I use Windows myself. I do not know anything about the stability of DF on Linux. Font can be wacky at times? What do you mean by font can be wacky at times? Alright, now I'm just kind of waiting on the humans to leave. But my dwarves are all starting to make tunics and stuff, which is good. Go get coffee. I'm gonna go do lunch, chat. I'm hungry. It's lunchtime for me. We're pretty much done trading. Although they're still finding clothing in places, and I'm not sure where. I will be back in, hopefully, less than, 10 minutes. If you happen to be in the chat and listening, could I get a big round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, could I please get a couple sound commands to entertain the chat? I will be back in hopefully less than 10 minutes. I'm just going to go quickly stab myself with needles and give myself some foodstuffs, and then I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for the support. Thanks for chilling. BRB.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
Yes, there is indeed a YouTube playlist, actually. This is indeed the super Longdeath. Mystic Wizards. Or Mystics Wizards. Just punching in stuff that I gave myself medication-wise so I can keep track, because I have to keep a diary of this shit. There we go, done. All right. I'm back. Sandwich et. Bio has been done. Stabbing has commenced. But yeah, no, there is a whole YouTube playlist, and I have a lot of respect for anybody who attempts watching it and getting caught up. A few people have done it. Although, towards the middle half, I seem to get the same comment, which is there's a long spans where just kind of nothing happens, which is very, 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 very true of Longdeath. It's not really a complaint. It's more just like an observation I've seen a few times from a few people. It's like there are large portions where nothing happens in Longdeath. But just kind of is what it is. You watched episode 1 the other day? Well, if you watched episode 1, you might recognize this. Because that is the old fortress, right? That's where we originally dug into the mountainside. And this is where we're at now. And more. There's a lot of it. Although I'm very confused. There is a wheelbarrow in my water disposal. How the fuck did that get down there? There is literally no way in. This is oh wait, never mind. This is not. Sorry. Okay, it must have. I always thought I forbid these doors, but I guess I didn't. Huh. Weird. Bizarre. That is bizarre. But yeah, this fortress kind of gets that response from people these days. And also, you're totally fine to be a dirty lurker. Can totally lurk whenever you want. I mean, would I have 75 people watching if, like, 70 of them weren't lurkers? Like, come on. The vast majority of the people who watch this stream every day never say a word, so... Lurkers are totally accepted and encouraged, even. Obviously, it's nice to have people chatting. And sometimes that's why I ask for a round of beers, just because I'm curious about how many people are actually lurking, but... What you playing? Since I have your attention then, Dragon Man. I mean, unless you're being dirty, in which case, please continue lurking, because none of us need to see that. That's gross. Please shower. Monster Hunter Rise? Oh. Dirty and lurking? Yep. Indeed. Dirty and lurking? Yep. The humans are leaving. We're still cramming to get enough stuff to make clothes. Although, I have this weird feeling I'll actually go unload that in a moment. Once the humans have left. I feel like a lot of stuff just kind of gets left in stockpiles for a really long time. I must have like passively or accidentally dumped a lot of seeds at some point. Because I suddenly just have no pigtail seeds. Which is weird, because I was swimming in pigtail seeds recently. Or up until very recently. Wonder where that dwarf just got that bin from. Ponder blood vessels? Yeah, those are my scholars. I mean, blood vessels is one of the less weird things that they ponder. They've been pondering various different types of surgery for the past 100 years. Ballista arrows? What about you? Great. So 2 ballista arrows, ass ball 2, and iron grade 2. Goes 2 for both. How's the king doing? I kind of... So on the topic of YouTube and the YouTube playlist, this King Kade is actually, or Cade, I'm actually not sure how to say it, Machine Hollow, was a request dwarf from somebody in YouTube comments. So, because I usually just stick to people in Twitch chat, right? But like if someone comments a couple times on different videos and then asks for one, I'll eventually give them one as well when there isn't anybody in chat who wants a dwarf, or maybe it's like a quieter day. I'll give them a dwarf. This dwarf was one of those dwarves. And I wonder how long it's going to take him to notice, because I don't think he's ever watched me on Twitch. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see. The king is sparring, though. Doesn't seem the most thrilled about military stuffs for right now. So I'm actually going to go let you do other things, king. Let you go do some other stuff. Get you out of that military squad. Especially like in case that dwarf decides to get mad. Store item in bin. Where the fuck are you going? Oh, all that wool. Let's cancel that. No, this is a very heavily modified version of a popular YouTuber's tile set. Krug Smashes. I use this one because so many people see his videos and then go and check out Twitch. So it's familiar, and it's a nice happy medium between vanilla and not vanilla, but if you bear with me for a second. That's vanilla. Not with the vanilla colors, but that's what vanilla looks like. If you'd like this one, Hobo just put the link into the chat. It's ! Tile set. But yeah, this is what vanilla looks like. Which I really like the look of, actually. I think it's very nice. The only part that I don't like about vanilla is the way floors don't connect. So, like, I find it kind of hard to parse between the floors, like the smooth floors, which are just the little plus signs. How do I switch so easily? Because I have 2 tile sets installed, which is very easy to do. If you have one tile set for full screen and one set for windowed mode, because I play in windowed mode most of the time, if I press F11 to make Dwarf Fortress go into full screen, it swaps to the other tile set, because I don't actually have a full screen install of this tile set. So I just swap between full screen and windowed, and it just flips this tile set out. I mean, here's the reality, right? You don't. It's just less immediate effort to learn the game outside of ASCII. So you don't actually... There we go. We're getting pigtail seeds all of a sudden. I don't know how the fuck I managed that, but... you don't actually need graphics for Dwarf Fort. You really don't. Like, Hayes has proved this, because we have a tile set that is, well... Here. I will simply show you the tile set, because it's It's really difficult to describe it until you've just seen the glory that is the Nicolas Cage tile set, where every single icon in the game is Nicolas Cage's face. This is playable. Everything just looks like Nicolas Cage, but it's playable. We've also made this, which I don't believe anybody's actually used yet, which is Glorious, where they're all Shrekless Cage. We've also we've also made this one where everything's the B movie. But they're also like, I don't even know whose face that is. That's definitely Shrek. But yeah, so you don't need a tile set to play Dwarf Fortress. Also, to be totally clear, the reason I have those is I do a charity stream on my birthday. I actually love jazz. I own 8 jazz records, and I would like to own some more. Dude, we should make a Seinfeld tile set. B-Lug, we need a Seinfeld tile set. Anyway, the reason why we have all of these is because one of the charity benefits that I do every year is on my birthday. I raise money for JDRF, and that's going to be the main incentive this year. Instead of doing like, what a lot of streamers do, which is just eat food or take shots or something. I can't do that for health reasons. So what I'm going to do on my birthday charity fundraiser is as we hit certain thresholds of money raised for charity, I will switch to progressively worse tile sets, which I'm sure will be a fucking nightmare, but it'll be fun, I think. So yeah, no one will know what's going on. I won't know what's going on, but we'll all get a good chuckle, hopefully. Although that won't be on this fortress. That'll be on a one-off charity fort where we just give everything away or something. Treatise on Shadow Clocks, which is a book that was written in this fortress like 150 years ago now. Cool. I seem to have fixed my cloth problem. I don't know what happened there, but I guess just moving food around fixed it. Yeah, so June 3rd is my birthday. Well, 3 months, but, well, 2 months now, I guess, because we're almost at the end of this one. But yeah, it'll be a blast, I'm sure. Last year was a lot of fun. Last year I just read scripts. So. And at this point, I've read quite a few scripts for charity. I read B Movie. I've read Monty Python. I've read Shrek. Yeah, it's pretty good. Natural lifespan for a dwarf is anywhere from 150 to 179 years. After 150, they can die of natural causes on the 1st of spring every year. And you don't know until they just keel over. So every single time I hit springtime in this fortress, I have a freak out because there's a couple dwarves that could just die. Unless they just have a rock land on their head. Then they die very quickly. Also, hey, Absolute, what's up? Speaking of lurkers, Absolute's a pretty long time one. As a centerpiece of the fortress, I like making my own caverns. You like snap into the caverns so you get moss, and then you just go to a blank piece of rock and just dig out your own caverns. It's a lot of fun. I really like doing fortresses in caverns. That's probably going to be my next seasonal fortress. I want to do something for Easter, which is coming up actually. Oh, that sucks. Just make sure you're playing on the most recent version. If you need help with the Lazy Noob Pack, I don't know if Clino's still lurking, but ClinoDev is way more knowledgeable on that shit than me, or chat, because I just play vanilla, right? So I'm actually kind of useless when it comes to that sort of stuff. How hard is my 1,000 year challenge? It's more of a test of my own fortitude and ability to not get bored. If I just let it run overnight, it would be a lot easier because this fortress is self-sufficient enough. I could set it up and just let it run 24/7. So like if I wasn't streaming it, I probably could I would be done by now. So it's actually kind of harder because I've stated I'm going to stream the whole thing. There is a piece of rotten food over there. If I wasn't streaming the whole thing, it would be a lot easier. But how hard is it? I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard. It's more just slow. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, at least you're able to sort out whatever the problem is. The learning curve for DF actually isn't as bad as people say. I genuinely believe that this game's actually not that bad. The majority of the learning curve for Dwarf Fortress is perceived. If you just sit down with the Getting Started guide on the wiki and ask questions on one of the various Discords or on the subreddit, whenever you run into a problem, it's not bad at all. Like it's no harder than learning Civilization or another big strategy game. The hardest part for a lot of people is just the initial, all right, I'm going to do this because this game is so legendary for being difficult. But it's actually quite approachable. If they, which I'm glad they don't do this, and I hope they never do this, but if they had what's it called? A tech tree where you slowly unlock stuff and slowly get to build more and more stuff. If they did that, well, it would have been, it would be a lot easier because you'd go to the build screen and there'd be one or two things instead of, a bunch of shit that you may never need, and then stuff in submenus and like other submenus and submenus within submenus and like that looks scary. But if half of them were grayed out, it would be less scary. It's, The only really good tutorial that I recommend to people is Krug Smash's tutorial. There's some tutorials I'll recommend to more advanced people. Please don't recommend Captain Duck's tutorials because they are literally 12 years old. And there's a lot of outdated information in those. I like Captain Duck. He's a good dude, but god damn does he need to update his tutorials. You will miss a lot of very important information if you go by Captain Duck's tutorials. Was uneasy upon gaining siblings. Das Tactic is also a similar situation, right? Like, some of his videos, like the stairs one, is still relevant, but there's some stuff that he's done that's not. I've literally never seen a dwarf that was uneasy upon gaining siblings. I'm going to send this to Stone because I think this is fascinating. But also wants to practice some martial arts. So I can put you into the Eternal Hammer. Let you go train. That's bizarre. I've literally never seen a dwarf get upset about gaining siblings before. That's fucking funny. I didn't know that that could happen. Well, he hasn't been an only child for, like, ever. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 siblings, right? But he had 2 siblings when he was born. That's wild, dude. But also, like, I don't know, giving somebody 17 hours worth of tutorials is also way more daunting than just saying, here, follow this wiki and follow along with it. And then there's also certain other YouTubers who put out multiple tutorials over the years that have hundreds of thousands of views that are literally them reading the wiki word for word, real time. Just read the fucking wiki. I don't know. I mean, I have a bunch of tutorials up on my YouTube channel, but they're all like very specific things that people ask me how to do frequently, so I could just link the playlist. It's more of like a tips and tricks playlist than an actual like tutorial. But We'll see. Here's like kind of the sideways like wrong thing that I'm gonna do anyway. Is like I will say these same things about tutorials every time this topic comes up, but at the same time, I will also most likely make a tutorial when the Steam version comes out, and probably do a first look at the Steam version, and make a video called Let's Play Dwarf Fortress Part 1, and they will probably do better than literally everything else I've ever done on YouTube, and it'll make me sad. Any questions not answered by the wiki can be answered by searching a Discord, or like, asking me in my stream, or anybody else who's streaming. Because like, here's the other thing about Dwarf Fortress in the current year, right? There is currently I'm streaming, right? But there's also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people streaming Dwarf Fortress right now. And I know for fact 2 of them are incredibly knowledgeable about the game. So there's people you could just go ask that are just streaming. That too is just, and right now that is a really big boon that you have for learning DF, which is going to go away once the Steam version comes out. Well, there'll probably be more people streaming, but it will also be harder to find incredibly knowledgeable people, because at this point, anybody who's streaming is probably incredibly knowledgeable. Once the Steam version comes out, you're going to suddenly run into the problem of half the people playing the game are brand new. Humans have arrived once again to give me tribute. I'm still fucking weirded out by a dwarf being mad that they gained siblings. That is crazy. I've never seen that before. That is bonkers. Is Steam bringing out Dwarf Fortress, or was it something else? The Steam is coming to Dwarf Fortress via Kitfox Games, their publisher. I've just never seen it before, Cooler. First thing for everything, I guess. No, totally. That's another thing. Like, I know a lot of people who stream, right? And I get to talk with a lot of people who stream. And I've definitely ran into people before who were like, yeah, I don't want to stream Dwarf Fortress because I don't know what I'm doing. It's like, yeah, but chat will just like educate you in like an hour. And it's not anywhere near as hard as people make it out to be, but c'est la vie. It's not like EVE Online where you need to deal with other people. Worry about getting, like player killed or anything crazy. And that's actually what I did initially when I first started streaming DF, because I knew the basics, but it was like I knew how to generate a world, I knew how to walk around as an adventurer, and I knew how to build a door. That was about it. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I played on and off for like 10 years, but never really played, right? Like, I would download it once every 6 months whenever I'd read an article about it or hear about it or a friend would bug me to. I would mess around with it for a couple of hours and give up. And I think that's like the experience for the vast majority of people who say that they can't play games that are ASCII. The ASCII never bothered me. I played other ASCII games. But there was just something about Dwarf Fortress where I was infinitely interested in it, but just kept bouncing off of it for some reason. Because I never did the thing that I tell people to do now, which is don't install Lazy Noob Pack. Don't install DF Hack. Don't install Dwarf Therapist. Just read the wiki. Which is why I give the advice that I give now, because that's what got me into the game. All right. Hopefully this fixes you. Between the waterfall, training, and being accepting, remembering being caught in a snowstorm. Hopefully all those things help you. The best part is you don't even need to use the military screen. Like, this piece of UI, which is the scariest piece of UI in the game to a lot of people, you don't even need to use it. You can... I've played Dwarf Fortress for a very long time now and put a lot of hours into it. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I actually fiddled with that UI. I know how to use it. I know what all the buttons do, and I know how to customize all my units. Do I ever use it? No. Just because it's not necessary. All right, what do my nobles need? Ballista arrows. Wait, my king has 2 beds? Huh. How about I make this into your throne room? Huh. All right. I just figured out the problem here. Neither of your bedrooms are worth enough. The Marble Undercove? Coming up with good names is like half the fun of DF too. All you're finding is marble. Marble's pretty, though. Is it the most valuable, most useful material? No, but it's very pretty. And pretty is good. All right. Put an artifact in there, maybe 2. It's opulent now. It actually got nicer. Is it a flux stone? I don't know. I just tell them to make stuff and then they do. The tile set you're using makes it green? Really? I actually interviewed Meph on the YouTube channel relatively recently. I find Meph's tile set to be way too immediately detailed. Like, I actively have a hard time playing that game for the opposite reason that I think most people use it. It's too detailed for me personally. It's really well drawn, but it's too detailed. But yeah, I know there's a few newer faces in the chat. For those of you who don't know, over on the YouTube channel, I've interviewed Tarn 3 times, and we'll hopefully have him on again sometime. I don't know, maybe around June or July. Probably June, actually, is what I'll aim for. And I've also had other members of the team on the stream. So we had, or not on the stream, but on the YouTube channel. So I've got Meph on the YouTube channel now, and I'm currently working on getting Mayday and maybe Zach at some point on there as well. Because I really want to talk to Zach. I really like the look of the humble tile set. Humble. It's more of an ASCII tile set, but I think it looks really nice on the eyes, especially with the right colors. Hallelujah, some of those skirt clothings are actually getting done. That is wonderful to see. Let's slaughter some more animals. Get some more leather. Anton, you're still slowly improving. Because Anton used to have a bunch of angry thoughts. Now he's just dejected mostly, but all of his recent thoughts are positive, so it's swinging in the right direction. Phobius is one of the most used ones, so that's definitely a possibility, yeah. I really want somebody. Oh, damn it. Anton Iceland slipped into a depression. You're a patron, which is really sad. Perhaps we're overtraining the... Gripped by crippling shyness, which is probably the main cause of your stress. Let's let them train a little bit longer, just enough to get stone de-stressed, and then we'll let them out. Well, that's the beauty of DF, is you can change your tile sets as much or as little as you like. It's a very customizable game. Steam version will hopefully be exactly the same. My only real hope for those Steam version modding is that it's just that they add some sort of interface to like tell you in-game how many mods you have installed. Like an in-game mod manager would be incredible, but I'm kind of not expecting that. I'm kind of expecting to just get nothing, but we'll see. There we go. King's mandates are done. It's best to find out how many you have first if you don't know, so exclamation point tickets first. And then you'll see how many tickets you have and you can invest the right number. Otherwise, it'll just default if you do too many. Probably going to stick with the base tile set on Steam DF. I mean, just that'll be the beauty of it, because like when you buy the game on Steam, it'll still just have like the vanilla tile set too. So if you just want to do that, it'll work. You know, Matt, I believe I may have told you this before. My bot actually doesn't have all as an option, believe it or not. I could cheat and give them to you, but like you might be my cousin, but I don't like you that much. Maybe once the Steam version of DF comes out, we can convince Matt to play. Patolis would be very happy. If you like factory building games, you should watch It's Maximus on Twitch. He likes factories. And he's my cousin. Although he's the noob in the family when it comes to streaming. I've been doing this since before people thought it was cool. Although, true story, Matt, I just want you to get partnered so that you and me can just go to Christmas in 2027 and just make Chris and Nick super jealous. I like spaghetti, so I'll stick around. That's something I desperately want. It's not going to happen for a long time if it ever happens, but... See, as a mod DF that's a bit more traditional fantasy setting with various types of elves and magic, other than just necromancy? Well... I mean, you definitely shouldn't ever look at the Dwarf Fortress roadmap, Dwarven Gaming. It's almost like magic's coming. One day. One day. But if you want, like, more traditional, like, overhaul mods, there's some very interesting overhaul mods out there. Like, there's the Long Night, which is a cyberpunk, post-apocalypse nightmare overhaul. There's... Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom, which is Dwarf Fortress, but it's Mario, which hasn't been updated in a long time, so it's super crashy on the current version. Keep that in mind. There is Jawa Fortress, which is Star Wars. There is Masterwork, which also hasn't been updated in a while, which will be updated when the Steam version comes out. There is all of Cupo's weird mods that add like brownies and shit. There's an Orakai mod that adds big orcs. Yeah, I mean, but like there's so many ways that like you can make DF fresh again just by throwing a new coat of paint on it, you know? It's amazing like what theming does too. Keep a game interesting. Ponder encyclopedia. See, there they are, pondering other very interesting things. They're pondering language. Yeah, that's definitely helping. They're not that crazy, Zero. But, because, like, this game isn't quite as plug and play as some games, right? Just because it's very old code. But there are certain things that are incredibly quick and easy to mod. Like, you want a new species in the game? Yeah, that takes like 20 seconds. Just it's literally as easy as just like editing a notepad file if you want a new species, basically. But do you want a new enemy faction to fight? Yeah, you can do that again just by editing a notepad file. Do you want to change mechanics? Okay, yeah, that's going to get more complicated. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't really play Long Night much. To be completely honest with you. I'm kind of on the same boat. Might try to make high elves. Someone in my chat was making tree people for a while. I don't know if they ever finished it. I don't know. I've always wanted Ents to exist because, like, everybody right now is just like, oh, man, chop down all the trees and the fucking elves show up and attack you. So thus the elves are evil. I want chop down too many trees and the fucking trees start attacking you. That's what I want. I just want them to go full on The Happening with it. I think that was the name of that movie where the trees are killing everybody. Anyway. That's what I want. Thermal nuclear catsplosion. Yes, mods. Masterwork is, yes. You know what? I'm kind of curious. What is your take on Masterwork, Freskins? I don't believe I've ever actually asked you. For me, Masterwork just adds complexity for the sake of complexity, but doesn't really make the game better in any way. And makes the game run better by making the game less interesting. Which is, you know, totally fair if that's the way you want to play it, but... You have weaving. You have for farming. Beekeeping? Yeah, that's useful. Plant processing. Yeah, there we go. Longdeath? You mean Longdeath? Did I spell that wrong on the title? Now I'm wondering. Oh, I did spell it wrong on the title. Wow. That's my bad. Not yours. Whoopsie. I'm good at my job. I was not awake today when I did that. I like rolled my ass out of bed like an hour early and then stumbled over to the computer, set up my stream shit, and then just watched F1 for 2 hours and forgot about everything that I did before that, so my bad. You want two types of elves. You want wood elves that work with only wood, and high elves, which are high elves that use mithril and steel weapons and armor. So you want super overpowered, crazy people. That sounds terrifying. More along the lines of an enemy faction that is smarter and more advanced than the goblins. Fair enough. Totally. Have you met the humans? Freskins is right. That's basically the humans. So what you're saying is you don't want to kill the humans, but you want to kill the elves because you're racist. It was some fucking great race. Dude, here's the thing. Totally fine with that top three. Pilot, totally fine with that top three. Assuming they need to work for it. And they had to work for it. That was some good racing, man. Also, Mazepin did exactly what I predicted he would do at exactly the time I predicted he would do it. And I'm very, very happy to see that car go sideways into a fucking wall. Get the fuck out of the sport, you stupid goddamn sex offender. Anyway. Sorry. F1 happened for a second there. You want some sea elves or Atlanteans? I would like mermaids to be a faction. I would really like mermaids to just straight up be a faction. Or actually, you know, in reality, what I would like is I would just like all the animal people and all of like the lesser beings in the Dwarf Fortress world to just have their own factions and culture and all that stuff. I would like giants to have culture. Fuck, give dragons culture, you know? Boat doors. See, boats aren't something that I'm really looking forward to. I don't really care about boats. But on the recent Future of the Fortress post, Tarn did state, you know, we were prototyping mining clouds to be able to make flying blocks, to make floating fortresses. Now, that I'm into. That I'm into. Dragon traders? Maybe. Weren't as beast-like? What? Do you want more like a bad dragon type dragon? Do you want like big buff sexy dragon like in Nintendo land? Because that's that buff sexy dragon that just like beats you into submission. Oh hey Tiny, check out your little dwarf who's still out and about. Currently a scholar, doing scholarly things. Was depressed for a little bit. Has gotten better. Has been very happy recently. In fact, 29 years old, getting up there, dwarven age. Your mom and dad are still happy and proud of you. And you've got a bunch of younger sisters, too. Ducky, Candle Pixie, and Roland. So, and Lilam, Katsu, Goffer, and Stone, who's currently very mad on gaining more siblings, which I think is hilarious. Have you never heard of Ring Fit Adventure? It's literally the final boss of Ring Fit Adventure. Hold on. Just let me go Google Buff Dragon for you. Buff Dragon Ring Fit Adventure. This motherfucker. Like, he's like one or two sent lines away from just screaming, "Oh yeah," when he looks at you. That's Nintendo. This is the final boss of Ring Fit Adventure. This fucking guy. And he comes in different colors too. So, like, yeah, I don't know. That's definitely Nintendo. Is that what you mean by, like, less beast-like? I call it the giant buff sexy dragon because that's what a friend of mine calls it. And she got Ring Fit around the start of the pandemic. Like, right when it was getting bad. She's like, I'm gonna go beat up my sexy dragon. I was like, what the fuck are you even talking about? See, they got quality writers. Or at least their localization crew is pretty quality. You want a squadron of Dragonites patrolling. So you want dragon people is what you want, pilot guy. More like the D&D style dragons? So you mean talking dragons? What I want is I want giants to have culture. So instead of like giant showing up, going brrr, and then running in and dying, I want giant to show up and say, I demand 10 chickens. Or I will fucking kill all of you. And then you have 1 year to get him 10 chickens. Then he comes back and collects his chickens. That's what I want. I want, like, more dialogue. And everybody's like, I want boats. And I'm like, I just want a better diplomacy system. I want to be able to... I mean, everything could be taken out of context, Tiny. That's the beauty of Twitch. Like, just everything about Dwarf Fortress that people want that's big and complicated. I'm like, but what about, like, these 8, like, theoretically simple features that don't require full redesigns or huge new additions that could make the game significantly more compelling? Actually, he wants 3 fried chickens and white bread toast dry. Bailey's, to be specific. 3 fried chickens and white bread toast dry. Ma'am. Now I'm just like digging in on the reference way too deeply. It's taken Elwood, the Blues Brothers. Anyway, I've been thinking about that movie recently. I need to watch it. It's on Netflix. I mean, there's drakes in the game already. I had a drake in my fort until it died of old age, unfortunately. I don't know what you're talking about. On the topic of dragons, I've discussed this many times, and most people tend to agree with me. But I just want to run this past you, chat. Does Skyrim have dragons? Because I'm convinced that Skyrim doesn't actually have dragons. Drakes are mini dragons. They're also a male duck. Thank you, Baileys! Other people fucking agree with me. There isn't a single dragon in Skyrim. There's just wyverns. They're fucking wyverns. They're not dragons. Wyverns have their feet on the end of in the middle of their wings like bats. Dragons have 4 legs and wings. Terrible game. Don't play Skyrim. It drives me fucking bonkers. Every single time I've since the beginning of time when I first played any of those Bethesda RPGs, they call them. And they're just like, yeah, it's a dragon. I'm like, that's not a goddamn dragon. Have you never seen a fucking dragon? It's not that goddamn complicated. Okay, I already did that. How are we doing? More ballista arrows, okay? Bal ass 3. Bal ass 3. Canada's weirder than you thought? I mean, how else do you think I get to work? I don't just get out of my bed and walk across my apartment. I get out of my bed, I get on my pet dragon and ride it to work, obviously. How else do you get to work? See, Fire Emblem does a much better job of this. They have dragon riders and wyvern riders. Dragon riders die in 2 shots from arrows, whereas wyvern riders die in a shot alongside of the Pegasus bears. You take the polar bear. See, the polar bears, like, they come by over here sometimes, but like moose and dragons are way more efficient. Like, come on. Especially like with the moose, then like the beavers just hang out with them, so they walk in front and clear the trees while you're going, because like those just grow back so quickly they fill the roads up, right? So sometimes you need at least 5 beavers and a moose to just like get from A to B. It's just mandatory. Armored, of course. How else do you think we killed Russia? Wait. You know what? That's just not true. How else do you think we invaded the States? There we go. Armored polar bears, obviously. That's how we burnt the White House down. Oh, Canada. I wonder if you can get copyright claimed for singing Oh Canada. I doubt it. Has anybody ever been copyright claimed for singing a national anthem? Now I need to check this. You know, if there was that many polar bears in existence, that would be a very good thing. Those poor things are having a hard time. And as the ice caps keep a melting, then soon they'll all be dead. At least I've sorted out this fabric problem. Didn't like Happy Birthday get fixed though? Like you don't get claimed anymore for singing Happy Birthday? I remember reading something about that and then immediately remembering I don't care. Sorry, but we're here to burn down your government buildings. It's the kind of war that would only work once in history. And it only worked once. It will never work again. Because now with modern technology, it's literally impossible. I accept me as your apologetic overlord. So here's the thing. It did happen. So that's just history. For some reason, reading "Sorry, but you're being invaded" sounds like a weird sequel to "Sir, you are being hunted," which is maybe one of my favorite titles for a video game I've ever seen. Excuse me, sir, you are being hunted. Pity the game wasn't better. A masterpiece pigtail left mitten. Oh my god. It's the best time of the year is when we're just going through and making stuff. Cool. They're working on those ballista arrows. Arrow head. Let's just make fucking 100 of them. Why would that be my erotic fanfiction novel? Also, why would I write erotic fanfiction about anything? If anything, Sorry, You're Being Invaded would be like a comedic Canadian strategy game where you play as Canadian soldiers invading the States. That would be much more my speed. Me writing an erotic anything, or writing for that matter? Yeah, no. But yeah, no, the happy birthday song being copyrighted is why restaurants will just like make up their own awful happy birthday songs to just like sing. Cause yeah, I mean, sure. Maybe don't get fired at work, yeah? Although, then you wouldn't have to worry about going back into an office. So, maybe do get booted out of job. If get booted out of job, then no need worry about going back to office. Oh, probably. I mean, I always, okay, so I always go back to the last time I opened up questions to interview Tarn Adams. It's just a public forum that I put up on Reddit and spread around the place on various Discords and stuff. There was one person, I have their email, and I know who it was, because I also put in a username who I won't out because I don't really want to just publicly shame people, that said, it would be really nice if there was an option for Dwarf Fortress to have more adult interactions, such as detailed descriptions and such. It would just be nice for us grown-up players to be able to read the detailed descriptions of what dwarves get up to in a more 18-plus context. You really want to read about dwarf fucking? Come on, like, grow the fuck up. What the fuck's wrong with you? Hey, Prosectra, how are you? And every time like people mention like anything related to 18-plus Dwarf Fortress content, I just get a little chuckly inside because I'm like, I know that there was somebody who sent me that request. It's just way too fucking fun. Cough, cough, AI dungeon, cough, cough. I've actually thought about streaming AI dungeon with the safe for work filter turned on. Oh, although Patrick Klepek is a writer that some people like and some people don't like, but that's irrelevant. Anyway, on a recent episode of a podcast that he was on, he mentioned that he uses AI dungeon to tell his daughter bedtime stories. His very young daughter. He uses AI dungeon to tell her bedtime stories. He just leaves it on safe for work mode and literally just like asks her for a prompt or asks her what story. Oh shit, Enton is throwing a tantrum and I see blood. Well, you hit somebody. Nobody's dead though. Oh, that's not true. Ragswolf's dead. Well, you're going to prison for a while. Please don't kill my king. But yeah, no, he literally just gives it a prompt. You broke a window. Cool. What even just I think he just like chucked all of his armor off. Yep. Because I took him out of the squad and just went and threw it all off. That's quite the tantrum. Good lord. That is a pissy dwarf. All right, well, you're no longer tantruming. Someone's going to prison for a while, I think, because everybody saw that. But yeah, no, he literally like asks his daughter what she wants him to tell a story about, and he just types it into AI Dungeon and reads, which I think is kind of incredible. And have a gelding blow, and that's all you need? Yep. But Rag's wolf died, which is very unfortunate. Fucking sucks, man. Did they? Okay, cool. They did get the report crime. Thank God. Is that really just one count of vandalism? Man. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that keeps me away from it. It's a fascinating piece of software, but it's just an awful stigma that it has around it because of it. Spearmaster punched the Spearmaster in the lower body with his right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the pancreas through the iron chain leggings. Spearmaster punches the Spearmaster in the lower body. Wasn't even armed, and the injured part explodes into a gore. Literally punched him in the lower body and his stomach exploded, like his lower body exploded. An artery or a dozen have been opened by the attack. Man. R.I.P. Ragswolf. His ball hairs. I mean, yeah.
Bring out your dead!
Pretty much, yeah. Bring out your dead. Well, Dwarf's getting chained up. Got an assignment to kill Martin Luther King from the CIA on an AI John Dungeon stream. That, huh. Alright, Jack Nick. Well then. Like I said, it's a fascinating piece of software. I don't know, man. Winter is upon us. You headed out? How long is the jail sentence? I'll check after this dwarf's been put away. Yeah, it only prevents porn, not problematic situations. But, monkeys, cheers. We'll see you when we see you. And thanks for the resub earlier today, as always. If I don't see you tonight, I will see you on Tuesday, because tomorrow's my day off. 28 days for one count of vandalism. "28 days for one count of vandalism." Well, he didn't get pinned with murder, because they didn't count that crime. unfortunately. He only got the sentence for, yeah, he only got the sentence for punching out the windows. Where the heck did Stone go? This dwarf. Well, at least you're no longer depressed. It's worked for somebody. Humiliated after being confined. He's never going back in the military, though. But if he tantrums again, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because that was a lot of murder. One dwarf is very valuable. So. So I don't know what to do with that situation. Now he's trying to attend a meeting. A little AI tweak I would love to see is when they try to attend a meeting when they're in prison, it's basically just they're fucked. Because they can't get any positive thoughts or take care of themselves at all when they're in prison and they try to attend a meeting. The only way for them to attend a meeting is to go to the manager's office. It'd be really nice if the manager would come visit them. It'd be a small AI behavior I'd love to see. That's always fun. I have a whole bunch of coins from throughout the years in this fortress. In fact, I should make some more. I don't need many, but I think I'm going to mint a shit ton of coins when we hit year 300. I don't really do one set per year. I usually forget. There's been massive gaps. But I do have a good number of coins from throughout the years. What's been interesting is watching the copies of my books show up at other forts. So, like, this is my fortress right here, right? But, or wait, hold on a second. What? But like this is my mountain home, right? This is the two hillixes from my mountain home. The Clear Hame is a book that we wrote in my fortress, and I don't recognize those ones. These are my two. Heal Wars was an artifact that I sold ages ago. Belt Cleansed is a named shield that one of my dwarves that I expelled took with him. And down here is the Goblin Hold Fortress. And the Conflict of Theaters and the Regal Rays are both books that I wrote. Which is way too cool. Reoccurring tasks are already a feature. You just need to be good at programming, which I'm not. I feel bad for this poor dwarf. I was really hoping that this would fix him. I'm very tempted to just lock the door. But I don't really want to just starve a dwarf to death. Yeah, you go to the manager screen and then go to the conditions option and start fiddling until you figure it out. But yes, you can make like yearly and annual jobs. I just don't. Because then I always accidentally cancel them and then have to go remake them. And it's like... Satisfied after receiving water. At least you have some sort of positive thoughts. Hey, Fonda. What's up? Also, evening game for today is I'm going to play more of that, as Freskins has been calling it, Carcassonne clone. Dead by accident? I mean, if I'm going to kill him, I'll just expel him. Because then I can keep the timeline going. And I can keep the family trees going, which I think is way more interesting. I'd rather expel a dwarf than kill them. Because I can send them to the local hillocks and then also summon them back later if I suddenly have the ability to rehabilitate them. Stone is stressed out again. Lack of decent meals. Like dwarven rum and carrot plants. Do I have carrots? I do not have carrots. All right, well. You can make Jamaican goat curry. Ooh. Ooh, I had goat meat once in a curry. More than once, actually. A couple times I've had that in a curry. There's a very good Jamaican restaurant close to me, which I haven't been to since 2019 because of a pandemic that you may have known about. I don't know. It was a bit of a deal last year. But, yeah. Their takeout's not great. But it's great place to just eat at, you know? There's also more good Indian curry places around here than I could even count. Shocked that Anton didn't get a longer sentence than just 28 days. Really? I mean, Indian food is extremely cheap here because of how much there is. Like, I could get 2 people's worth of curry and a huge bowl of rice for like 15 bucks. So enough curry to feed 2 people and a huge ass bowl of rice for like $15 here. And also some bread. So like naan, rice, and big old thing of curry for 2 people. 3 people if you're skinny. For like $15. If you want to eat well and you also want a humongous hunk of meat in there as well. And you're looking at like 25 bucks. But still, you can feed 2 people for that. Naan is like the equivalent of a shotgun to my blood sugar into the fucking atmosphere. So I don't really eat much naan. I miss naan. Naan is very tasty, but... oh, shit. Oh, no, that's just rotten Wolverine meat. I was like, did I leave the corpse there? Also insula. Yeah, exactly. But yes, naan is very good. You have a Caribbean place? I've never been to it, but we have a... There is a Caribbean place in Vancouver. I wouldn't necessarily say that we have one because it's pretty far away from me, actually. But there is a place close to me that I've tried to go to. Garlic naan costs as much as a Big Mac here? Really? Why? You could get like 4 pieces of naan for $1. Like the Indian place that I was referencing, which is a takeout place that's a couple of blocks from me, like 4 things of naan this big is $2.50. 2 for $1. You want a side of naan? You can just get 2 more. And naan just comes with everything that you order. You just get 2 things of naan with any order. But if you want more naan, it's like just over $1. It depends on where you are in Canada. Canada is actually an extremely cheap country if you live in the right place. I just happen to live in the most expensive city. Well, actually, second most expensive city, unless you're living in downtown, then the most expensive city in the country. But like, if I were to move up in the valley, like if I could drive and I could move further up the valley up into the boonies, then fuck yeah, no, it's cheap as hell to live here. You want a house with property? You want a house with like 20 something acres of property in the middle of fucking nowhere, Canada? You could do that for like $20,000. Probably a nice house too. $20,000-$30,000. Yeah, you could do it. It's a fixer upper. You want one that's not a fixer upper? Okay, $100,000, but still, $200,000 maybe for a big house. I'm just saying, Canada's not as expensive as some people make it out to be. Also, like, living here is perfectly affordable because I don't live in Vancouver. I live in one of the other cities around Vancouver. I won't say which one, but there's 5. You could walk across downtown Vancouver in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's a pretty small city, and the landmass size. Just don't live in downtown, and don't live in Burnaby, and don't live in North Van. It's easy to afford living out here. You need your fiber? I mean, just eat fiber 1. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got fiber internet. Fiber. I actually last week got upgraded from 1.5 down and about 800 to 1,000 up, and now I have 2,000 down, 2,000 up. Although it never actually hits 2,000 up. It's closer to about 1,200, but still. No one needs internet that fast right now. That's ridiculous. I could download Grand Theft Auto twice an hour. Forever. Go train, Stone. Well, that city's dead. I think. Yep, Anton's dead. He's oblivious to reality. Signed his own death sentence, unfortunately. Dreams of raising a family. You poor dwarf. Oh, never mind. He snapped out of it. But yeah, no, mine's never actually as fast as they advertise, but a few hundred megabytes below is fine. Just throw your weight around with bandwidth and it doesn't matter so much. It's very rare that we have these problem dwarves like this, but they happen from time to time. It's kind of sad, usually. I'm gonna go get new clothes, probably. Really? That's impressive. I don't know. Very undecided on what I want to do for living situation in the future. Because the thing I'm kind of... Well, I mean, putting on new clothing certainly helped. Hang in there, Dwarf. Come around. You can do it. Because, like, this apartment needs to be repainted and a bunch of things. And I'm very lucky to have this apartment because it's extremely cheap. Like... This apartment is like $400 cheaper to apartments the same size a couple blocks up the street. Just because I got into this apartment early. So I kind of want to just kind of keep living here. But I'd also like my walls to be painted because they still have lots of damage from my ex's cats. And I don't like being reminded about my ex's cats every single time I look at any of the corners because they got scratched to shit. So I'm thinking about this year, if they re-sign my lease for another year, I'll just be like, "Hey, landlord, I'll fucking take it out of my damage deposit, or I'll pay for it. Let's just get these walls repainted." Because as far as houses go, like, doing this for a living, I'm never going to be able to afford a house. That's just a fact. Maybe an apartment if the market unfucks itself, but it's just the reality of doing this for a living. Unless I suddenly become ninja, which, let's be honest, look at me. That's kind of unlikely. So, like, probably what's going to end up happening for me is once my little sister comes back, go in with my little sister and her boyfriend on something. Have you seen how much gray hair I have? I could never be a
Ninjas
anything like
overrated
ninja.
Anyway.
I wish I could be like, I've met the guy and he's fine in person, but Ninja's one of the few big famous streamers that I haven't met, actually. Most of the other ones I've met, Shroud I've met. Shroud's cool. Like, most of those other big guys I've met. Co-Carnage I've met. Man vs. Game I've met. Most of those real big legendary streamers that have been around for a billion years are real cool. Never met Ninja, so can't actually speak to it. But thanks for the dollar vexing. I don't know, it's just kind of a reality. Like, last year was not my first successful year, but like was my first year making more than I did at my old job. And last year was an anomaly. I don't know if that will continue, right? So I don't know. I just need to be financially smart. It's always been the need. I've always needed to do that. Unless, like, I don't know, I get extremely lucky or something weird happens. The odds I will be able to afford a house are very unlikely. Are you throwing a tantrum? Because it doesn't say that you are. That was the shortest tantrum I've ever seen. You know, Anton Iceland, you've been in this fortress for 42 years. Son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. I think it's time for you to go on an extended vacation to Veiled Class, maybe for 30 years or so. We'll call you back if we need you. But you are too much of a problem right now. $1,000 US? I'm assuming, LaFonda? I actually don't know what country you're in. Oh, Canadian? Okay. I mean, I'm paying $850. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Hit swallow. Okay, I'm done now. Pretty much. Well, technically, he toppled that statue, but I'm sad to lose this dwarf, but it's not worth risking other dwarves. Problem with the house is the down payment. You want to know the sad part? This is the thing that irks me the most about my decisions as a younger person. I realize I'm still a younger person, but I moved out at 18. So when I was 18, when I moved out, I was $3,000 off of buying a house, or not a house, a 700 square foot apartment. When I moved out the first time in 2013, there was a apartment building that was, I don't know, 5 kilometers from where I'm at. And I'd been saving for 3 years from working different jobs. And I remember looking at this apartment building and looking at the cost of it and then looking at my savings. And I spoke with an advisor, and they said that I needed another $2,000 and I would be able to afford the down payment. I was like, okay, I'll work for another 6 months and I'll be able to afford the down payment. My ex really wanted to move out now. And I was like, just wait another 6 months. And she's like, no, now. I'm like, okay, well, go in on me and help me buy this thing. She's like, no, we move out now. So we moved out. We got a crappy apartment. Then my ceiling caved in. Had to move. Stuck all my stuff into storage. Got almost sued by the landlord. Ended up homeless for 4 months. My parents were between houses because they were selling their house and buying a business and moving. And a Gorlak is fighting with a giant owl. Well, that's funny. And they were moving. And My savings went from being able to afford an apartment in half a year to almost nothing. I still don't have as much in my savings now as I did back then. And that apartment went from, I'll say the pricing. The apartment that I almost bought was $120,000, right? $120,000. Right now you can rent an apartment in that building, the same unit that I was looking at. Also, I'm glad that you got a good sleep, Stone. The apartment that I was looking at, you can rent them right now for $2,000 a month. Like just like a one bedroom apartment condo. Yeah, I almost bought it for $120,000 in 2013. Almost. 650 square foot apartment, I think it was. 600, 700, something like that. Can't exactly remember. They had various units. Yeah, now and you can rent them right now for $2,000 a month. Right now. Yep. And they're reselling for like $400,000. So when I seem like, and also for whatever it's worth, the market right now is crashing. The reason those are available is because nobody's actually paying those prices. The market here is crashing. So we'll see. And that building is like, I guess 10 years old now because that building was built in 2010. But like this unit, this apartment that I'm in right now, when it was brand new, and I remember when this building was finished because this building was finished in 2012. This apartment sold for $96,000, the one that I'm living in right now. Sold for $96,000 in 2012 to the current owner. The unit, like 5 doors up, sold last year for $350,000. Same size and layout as mine. 40 square meters. 424 square feet. Like, I'm gonna just stay renting here, thanks. Until this market crashes a little bit. Yeah, most of these dwarves just need to hang out. So, Stone, did you see the thing that I DM'd you? Your dwarf was depressed for a little bit because you keep gaining siblings, which is something I've literally never seen before. There you are. But also you wanted to train, so I put you in the military for a little bit. I'm going to pull you out in a moment, though. You were fortunate enough to be able to buy a house when you moved out. It always shocks you to hear how much more expensive our apartments are than a house. Well, I mean, I have this problem, right? Which isn't an issue that most people have too, Vexing. I'm legally blind, so I can't drive a car, which is a benefit because I don't own a car. So my living expenses are way lower than your average person. That being said, I also don't drive a car. So I have to be close to public transit. So that very much limits the places I can live. Very, very much so. It's like, if I could just drive, then I could live basically anywhere, and I probably would have bought a place by now. I mean, heck, 2 years ago, I was looking at apartments that were further up the valley, and it was like, oh yeah, I could buy an apartment for $90,000. I should do that. I was thinking about doing it a couple years ago. But, like, I can't live there because I need access to the hospital. I need access to my doctors. I need access to a lot of stuff. And getting on a Greyhound bus for 9 hours once every 3 months to get a blood test done doesn't seem exactly pleasant. Now, does it? So, I don't know. So yeah, that's why when I talk about like not being able to afford a place, it's like that's the actual problem. But then again, I also wouldn't be able to afford to live if I also was paying car payments. So positives and negatives, I guess. I'm kind of stuck right now, I guess. Well, how does anybody do anything when they're legally anything? Legally blind does not mean entirely blind. No. This I don't work at all. Okay? This eye barely work. If you look at the eye, it look weird. I see through a small tube about this big, okay? And there's floating blind spots that float across my vision. I also have problems sometimes where my vision gets worse, and I have to focus to keep my eyes stable so that they don't just stop working entirely. Because they'll do this if I don't focus. I don't know if it's picking up, but my eyes jitter. People have been saying that to me since I was an infant, quite literally. But the thing that I always say is a lot of guys have nice eyelashes. Just because guys have bigger eyelashes. It's just a fact. Of course it's visible. Is kind of awful to look at, even for fully sighted people. What are you smoking? Because I want some. If you actually think that this is hard to look at. This game's extremely easy to look at. What's awful to look at is Overwatch. Big, complicated, bright colors, flashy, explodey effects, things moving around real fast that you're supposed to pinpoint and target. This is very clear, simple-looking symbols that are moving at a relatively simple, slow pace. That is very easy to pause. Everything is immediately distinguishable. I can see the difference between a lowercase gray r and a lowercase p. It's very easy to tell the difference between a lowercase c and an uppercase d. Can you read? If yes, then you can play Dwarf Fortress. It's not hard to look at. People are just very, very strangely sensitive when it comes to looking at ASCII. It's not awful to look at. Is reading a book awful to look at? It's just letters. That's all that ASCII is. Why is ASCII awful to look at when you can read? What's awful to look at about Vanilla DF is the colors, which are completely customizable. Okay, who cares? How's it any different? It's super easy to follow. I've never understood the statement of ASCII is hard to look at, because I've played ASCII games my entire life. It's literally like it's just text. Detailed small sprites are harder to differentiate. Like, a tiny sprite of a cat and a tiny sprite of a dog is infinitely harder to immediately tell the difference between than a D and a C. I don't get it. It's not awful to look at. People are just strange. This is one of the most accessible games I've ever played. And I used to be able to play much less accessible games. I used to play a lot of League of Legends, a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of first-person shooters. Over the years, it's just gotten to the point now where I just basically can't play them anymore. But I can still play this. No problem. I used to be able to play a lot of very mechanically dense games that required a lot of visual and spatial awareness. I just can't do it anymore. This has never even been the smallest issue. And if you can't understand that, then I can't help you. I don't know how else to explain it aside from it's no harder than reading a book. And to be clear, I have a hard time reading books. I need large print. This is way bigger than large print. I'm looking at a 32-inch monitor. That's quite large on a 32-inch monitor. I don't understand the general consensus that ASCII is hard to look at, and never will. Also, I think what I should have said when you said books don't move is like, yours don't! Try having shaky hands! I need a better response to books don't move. I'll think of one eventually. Be grateful of any sense that you have that can either be fixed or is already healthy. And cherish it. And also, to be clear, before somebody suggests it, no laser eye surgery is not an option because, yes, I'm nearsighted, and yes, laser eye surgery could in theory fix the nearsightedness problems and make it so that I don't need to wear glasses, but I would still have the visual field issues because those are not fixable. And they're only getting worse over time. And a dwarf just died of old age. We just lost Eternal, who I think had a higher kill count of my own dwarves than any other dwarf in the fortress. Was my sheriff for a number of years. Very good dwarf. Man, you're going to be missed. Fucking legendary dwarf. This one's going to get an engraving on the floor. Fucking pour one out for Eternal. You poor bastard. You were a good dwarf. Eternal has gone to the Eternal, yeah. Also, Spring 199. Indefinitely. Oh no. What, like laser eye corrections? Yes, you are very behind. Do you want me to screenshot this or do you want it, Stone? I do not have any stats, no. My bot does not track any stats like that. I could maybe make it do that, but no, I don't. I know what the odds are, though, if that's what you're asking. Because it's 47% chance to win if you're not subscribed and 49% chance to win if you are. So that it's orderly line on Discord? Gotcha. We'll hit year 200 on Tuesday, I think. Odds are always in favor of the house. Unfortunately, I don't get paid out in tickets, though. The bot fucks me over, too. Although Eternal never had a lover of any sort, so there is that. Vuzel is turning around, who's now 141 years old. Oh my god, you're getting old, too. Go engrave on the floor. The image of Eternal. I hope it's him killing somebody, because that dwarf killed like 20 of my dwarves. Not 20, I think it was actually 10. It's an image of dwarves by Vuzel. Oh. Well, I screwed that up. Wrong image. That was just an image of us settling. I was supposed to do this. There you go. Now, an image of Eternal. That one was just an image of us founding Longdeath, but... An exception designed image of Eternal. The Honest Dwarf. That was your title? The Honest, the Dwarf. Eternal, Lettercoisters, the Honest. And Dwarves by Vuzel. Eternal is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Eternal, the Honest, to the position of Dungeon Master. The eternal adventure of time in the early autumn of 121. Rest in peace. You great fucking dwarf. Good lord, man. My one advice with the tickets is don't feel bad about not having a lot of hours, because there's a lot of people who've watched this stream for an absurdly long amount of time. They were honest about beating people to death? No, they were very honest about beating people who weren't honest. It's very fitting. Also, worth noting, Stone, the Mountain Home hasn't traded with us at all today. I'm wondering if it's because we have the king now. But we're still technically only listed as a village. We are not the Mountain Home. Did your first dwarf have a title? No, you didn't, because you weren't a noble. Unfortunately. My favorite is when a bunch of dwarves are part of a religion and also in a military squad, because then they all get titles. It's the best. Because then you just have like 50 dwarves come back and it's like, dwarf Urist, the sacred dagger of stabbing. And then Urist, the holy emancipation of crushing values. That's like very, very long, funny titles for everybody. To me, in older fortresses, but currently you have a queen in your fortress, but the caravan still comes around every year. Yeah, it's very strange. This has been happening on and off. Like the no cavern caravans will arrive for a while, and then they'll arrive, and then they won't, and then they will, and then they won't. Saw a dwarf tell the story of the appointment of Tapioca to the position of sheriff, the eternal adventure time, in the early summer of 24. That's a dwarf I haven't thought about in like 6 months. At the simple dinner, and it is interesting. Maybe Zaki died? Zaki was the humans, not the dwarfs. The dwarves were Ficod. Yeah, Ficod. We still don't have the Countess of Longdeath back. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I haven't seen any new diplomats or anything being appointed. So that's possible. It's possible. Also worth noting, just for those of you maybe who are very used to the old schedule, tomorrow is now a day off for me. I take Mondays and Fridays off. So 2 days on, 1 day off, 3 days on, 1 day off. It's the new schedule. It's late, he'll be gone. Alrighty. We'll see you later, Diamond. Thanks for hanging out as per usual. So tomorrow will be a day off for me. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will be doing some sort of work shit, but won't be streaming. Probably most of the stuff I'll be working on is like behind the scenes stuff, actually. Felt love when talking with Mother. That's just so bloody cool. You still romantically involved with the king? You are still romantically involved with the king. You two should go get married. Yeah, Wave Thrash. Wave Thrash, you know how legendary your dwarf is. Your dwarf is, right? Because your dwarf got married to Dragon Man, and the two of you had, like, I don't know, a dozen or so children. So, like, most of the dwarves in this fortress are related to the dwarf that was named after you. Yeah, see, this dwarf, just random dwarf I selected, is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Well, that's not one. I guess they're all like down in the basement, but yeah. No, like a whole lot of dwarves in this fortress are all your children. You're dead, but these are all the children that you had. So Anton Iceland, who I just booted out of the fort, Crystal, Peter, Clay, Cappy, the Scoid, Axton II, Goldpoke II, Stone, who actually died of old age, Stone III, Black Hole, Mika Well, Vinsati II, Coldfire, Sparkly 4K, who's still alive, Vuzzle Vuzzle, who's still alive, and Narvicious, who's also still alive. 145 is your oldest. 145 years old is your oldest son. It's kind of awesome, honestly. Nope, your stone's still alive. Your stone is still alive. No, the another dwarf in there died of old age, not stone. The elves are saying "ew" at me. Longdeath is super long. It's in the name, yeah. I'm almost at year 200. We got like a lot more to go. The elfie folk have come to trade. But yeah, no, your dwarf is a little bit whiny, Stone, due to being upset about gaining more siblings. It's very funny. You have 2 council tributes to do? Yeah, we're almost done with dwarfs for the day. Because we've done about 5 hours, a little bit over 5 hours of Longdeath today. And I did start an hour late today, so normally by this time I would have been streaming for about 7 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. Which is around when I would switch games normally, so we're going to kind of stay on schedule. Imagine having triplets. I just think it's funny. That's all. I wonder why it takes them so long to unload and air quotes load everything up. And if they have to actually like pick up every item and put it onto their animal to take it with them. I kind of want to know the mechanics of like loading and unloading caravans. That certainly just kind of looks like an item and thing mosh pit. Bull moose. They brought a moose. Oh, yeah. Okay, they brought a wolf. Okay, okay. Another moose bull and another dingo. No lady moose? Sad. A grown sard altar. And a malachite altar. And a misty cloth wee-wee strings. Wee-yee streams. It's like trying to say Wi-Fi, but you don't know how to pronounce Wi-Fi. Wee-yee. This elf's name is Volcano. Neat. So yeah, we have lost 3 dwarves today. Which kind of sucks. One was a murder, one was an X-spell, and one was natural. But aside from that, doing okay. But like I kind of suggested earlier, I think we're going to hit year 200 on Tuesday. Stream's not done, but I am done with Longdeath for the day. So I think we're going to save the game here and switch games. I'm going to play some more of that Dwarf Romantic, which is a kind of a board game town builder thing, which is very pretty to look at and super chill. And it's kind of become my go-to chill after DF game for the last little bit. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, one thing I can tell you is just taking a glance at the directory. Mr. Touch Shriek is streaming. I've never actually watched his streams, but I know that he's very knowledgeable about the game. And so is Mindless Tofu, who's another name that I recognize, who I could recommend. If you specifically want DF, if you're sticking around, could I get a round of beers? And also, if you want more DF, but just me, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, as well as a Caves of Cud VOD I checked out this morning. But we're swapping games. So that's the plan for the rest of the stream. So if you're sticking around, that's cool. I'm gonna close that and close